All right, guys. Hey, long time no see, YouTube. Thought I'd jump in here and make by request from somebody on a stream, which we're set up to stream here, but I thought I'd go ahead and title this stream Blood Mage Build. Someone suggested we do that, and I was like, all right, cool. So this is going to be nothing finely laid out or anything. This isn't going to be a fine-tuned, meticulous build, but we will go through basically what we built up to this point. Talk a little bit about how we got here, some things that I picked first. I like to do that is not just show the end game, hey, I'm nuking stuff build, but show actually how you get there, so you're not pulling the less relevant stuff early. I found that some things they're great late game, but they don't really help out so much when you're just trying to just get by. Like an Ostagar and go into your first ally quest, whether it be the Circle, which I recommend to anybody, or Orzammar, or whatever you do. So anyway, so I'm just going to play along like this. We'll have some viewers probably jump in and say hey as we go along, but I figure we just covered what we've done so far. Let's see. Okay, so let's just get straight into it. We've got in our tactics. I guess we just start there instead of getting into skill. Yeah. Let's just go to tactics first. Go over here and jump in here, and we'll get into the spells and so on and so forth. But I think the key principle is for my character, if I'm not controlling my character, just to do some of the basics. Mainly to get my sustain stuff active. Now the cool thing about the Blood Mage is you're not really using your spells off mana for the most part. I mean, you can turn Blood Mage on and off, and that's really important to be able to do that. If you're playing on PC, it's a little easier because you have more commands, more talents, abilities, whatever at your disposal because you have more hotkeys. Hey, what's up, Dan? What's going on, man? You're jumping into our build video. This is how we're starting it today. I don't know a better way to do it. So essentially, the sustains work off of your mana, and then your spells are primarily cast off of your blood pool. And so healing essentially is basically like mana restoration, and it's your health. Obviously, you run out of health, you die. So you don't want to do that. And with the Blood Mage, I think that's the trickiest part. Now, the common, I guess you could say, accepted way to go is to use this spell over here, which I of course have unlocked. Getting into spells, which is blood sacrifice, and you can pick an ally, and I would guess 99% of the time that would be Alistair. I don't see why you would pull off anyone else. Most likely, other than Alistair, the rest of your team is probably pretty squishy anyway. Everybody's going for damage. That's my thing, is damage. If you're not going for damage, then you're just letting enemies just live longer to pound on your face. And in Nightmare difficulty especially, that's not a good idea. Seeing as most enemies can 2 or 3 shot you, it's nice to be able to one-shot them too. I think that's fair. Anyway, so I really haven't messed with this. I haven't used Blood Sacrifice actually once in this playthrough. And I've gotten into trouble a few of the times. It was being lazy with my tactics, keeping tactics up as you gain skills, making sure that you give Alistair a little extra threat, making sure you give Wynn a few more buffs or heals or whatever she needs, upgrading everyone's health potions. You can get away with lesser health poultices when you're level 3. Shit doesn't work so well when you're level 11, so it's good to upgrade that. And sometimes forgetting to do that, I'll be like, why am I getting wiped in this fight? And then I go back and I find out that there's just 1 or 2 tactics that I should really have in place. Keeping in mind also that I prefer not to micromanage my party during a fight. I just like more of an action, just no pause play style. Although you have to pause with the mage a lot because most of your spells require placement. So there is pausing there as far as that goes. But I really don't like going from one player and telling them to do this to that person, and telling this person to do something else to that person, and setting up combos that way and so on and so forth. I like to do that through my tactics. I like everybody to do their job intuitively, so I don't have to bother with them. In other words, put a bunch of health potions up there and let them heal themselves so I can go about killing things. Keeps it simple. It works for me. And other than running into some trouble here and there, and I think it was pretty much the common spots for the most part, the build is run pretty smooth, and we've been effectively ahead of the game, damage-wise, all along. Going to skills, and I can't cover my party tactics. If you notice, we just got to Denerim, so you did the cutscene with the big battle, and it probably would have been nice to include that with this video, that cutscene, because it's actually pretty cool. Maybe I can export last night's stream to YouTube too, but you guys have played the game, so you guys have seen it most likely. Anyway, We just got here, and so basically we're kind of soloing this open area, and the idea is to, ingrain just how swarmed Denerim is with all the darkspawn and stuff. And so we just came in here, and at this point we're one-shotting everything with our staff, except for some elites and bosses and stuff. And so we hope that those guys can get torn down pretty quick. One thing, once we get Alistair unlocked, win is pretty simple. There's one or two healing tactics that I use that have been really, really effective, and there's some tactics that I don't have or use that I normally would, and it's slightly different with the Blood Mage in that you're really doing a lot of your own heals. So Wynn really doesn't need to bother with you. 90% of the time, if you've got your Blood Mage active, she can't heal you anyway, and if she does, it's a complete waste of her mana. She wastes 50 mana to heal you for 3 points. I mean, it's ridiculous. So, if you're healing yourself, her primary concern is Alistair, and then I guess her secondary concern, which would be whoever else you have in your party. I keep Liliana as a buff, not just for attack. At this point in the game, that's not really relevant. It would probably be better now to switch Liliana's instead of Song of Courage, use the other song for defense. So everyone's just taking a hit or two less. At least from basic attacks and stuff like that. That would probably actually be smart now. But we're getting by this way, so it's no big deal. I think that's a matter of taste. And, if you just find yourself dying too often, you try to make some tweaks here and there. But overall, it's worked really well. I basically have Wynn set up to keep Alistair alive, and Alistair set up to keep all the threat. And, I mean, that's just the way it's supposed to go. Tank keeps the threat. Healer keeps the tank alive. And as long as the tank is tanky enough, they don't overstress the healer to where they start drawing threat. Because a heal is like 20 backstabs as far as an enemy is concerned. That's why your mages draw so much heat. And second would be any AoE effect from your rogues, because it seems to me, in the way that every fight plays out in the game, that if your rogue does something AoE, it's almost like the cumulative damage to everyone that you just hit all adds up to one attack and gets everyone's attention. It's almost like doing a war cry 5 times, all in a row. And everyone comes and, pounces on your rogue's face. Sometimes it seems like that's just going to happen anyway. I've never had a playthrough where Alistair just held threat with everybody 100% of the time, no matter what he did, even if he was doing everything right. And I think sometimes it just goes like that. Sometimes the pathing's not always perfect. Sometimes the tactics don't always play out like they're supposed to. Sometimes not everyone does their job. Sometimes because they're interrupted and you don't know it. Other times it's because, well, simply, games aren't perfect. But this one's, pretty close in a lot of people's estimation. Anyway, so with all that as a groundwork, that's my tactical, what would you say, a strategy, I guess you could say here. We've collected a lot of junk along the way. Let me get all this out of here. Okay, so these are the staffs that I've collected up to this point. Still have some early game staffs. In fact, it wasn't just that long ago. I think I got rid of the Disciple staff because there's different damage types. And if I notice I'm hitting something, and if I actually take the time to acknowledge the fact that every time I hit this enemy, it's saying immune, 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 it's meaning I'm not doing anything. And my basic attacks are pretty strong. Magic is pretty high, and I have all the associated skills and so forth. And especially with a staff like this, there's no excuse where you shouldn't be doing any damage. So if an enemy like a Revenant, I think Revenants are immune to basically everything but one thing. It seems like they're only weak to maybe Spirit and Nature. And they seem to be immune to everything else, except for maybe electricity. Electricity is something I haven't really run with. Personally, I'm not a big fan of doing a little bit of everything. I like to do one or two things like really, specifically one thing really well. And if you need an option, like you need a second damage type, then cool. And if there's an enemy that's immune to both of them, and you're just really, really strong at both, in other words, you're wiping everything instantly in the whole game, but this one thing you can't mess with it because it's immune to everything you do. Well, there's got to be some backup. And so in a case like that, say, well, now I do have a nature staff in here, and don't have anything that does just primarily spirit damage, I don't think, unless that's Haramont's staff, maybe. Not really sure. Anyway, keeping a few options so that if you're immune to one thing, I can at least pick up another and at least do basic attack damage, even if my spells are irrelevant. The way I built this is I was trying to not do what everyone does. Like a lot of people going with... actually, I even one really good idea that I'd never heard of at all until someone mentioned it was using Walking Bomb and then basically setting force field on themselves, basically drawing everybody's threat, and then when they all come to just gang up on you and blow up in your face, you just put force field and they just blow each other up, as they're so you're basically doing everyone's job. It doesn't leave Alistair much to do in that, but it was actually really, really clever. I haven't done that. I've only picked this to get to Crushing Prison, and I got this much, much, much later. This was I had my primary build lined out, and then I had extra stuff that I was going to get, just for whatever. Crushing Prison was one of those. Even though that's a great combo with Frost, which I've been using primarily, at 90% of the time. Cone of Cold is just amazing. Even enemies that are immune to the damage can still be frozen. And it freezes even bosses like 90% of the time. I don't know what the exact numbers are. I think it's 80%, maybe 70. But it certainly freezes them most of the time. And as soon as they're frozen, you got a split second maybe to hit them with, and I'm speaking of Revenants specifically, hit them with Crushing Prison. But if you don't get your Crushing Prison off in time, I also have the rest of my party members, and I'll show you that in tactics. Each has at least one ability. Alistair has 2 or 3. Wynn just has 1 right now. And if we go do some DLC after this, like say the Golems of Amgarrak, and maybe go do Awakening and so on and so forth, I can probably unlock another one for her as far as that goes. But we're talking end of the game. Doesn't really matter at this point. She's got Stone Fist. I never got that for myself because the idea is I'm not trying to set everybody up and detonate everybody by myself. This is a party game. If I'm soloing, that's a different story. But since I'm using my party and I'm setting up the best party I can come up with, then my job has primarily been to set everyone up for stuff and then just deal hellacious damage on top of that. Blood Wound is magnificent, but it unlocks at level 14. You're already a really good part into the game by the time you've done that. You've probably done the Circle and Red Cliff and are working, and something for the dwarves and a bunch of the ambushes, and you've done a bunch of stuff in the game at that point. So that's, as beautiful as that is, you don't get to use that for a greater part of the game. But it's really this amazing damage dealing, paralyzing. Y'all just wait there and die halfway while I set up another spell to drop on top of you and finish you off. It's an amazing ability for that, unless you're dealing with skeletons. But pretty much, and Shades, I think, are immune to it too. And Revenants, once again. Fuck Revenants. But everyone else, pretty much, even spirits can be affected by Blood Wound. You wouldn't think they had blood, but I guess they're supposed to or something. But Ice was really what I started with. The absolute first 2 skills I picked at the very beginning of the game was Winter's Grasp and then some self-heals down here. And I haven't bothered with the rest of this. And I know everyone's going to say, well, the highest damage dealing combo is Death Cloud and Death Hex. And that might be. But that is like Blizzard, it's a time-consuming spell that once you hit everybody with it, they all come to pounce on you. So they leave the cloud. Now, the idea is once you get that off to immediately hit probably the biggest target in there, if you have a boss or you have an elite enemy, and hit them with Death Hex as quick as you can, while you're possibly getting shot by every archer that you just aggroed, and everybody else running across the map to hit you in the face. So assuming you can get that off, and then turn everything off and try to heal enough until somebody can draw the threat from you, that is a lot of turns of damage dealing wasted trying to get off one big amount of spike damage. Where I can sit here and drop a Blizzard, freeze half the enemies in there. I've got my Mage blowing up one enemy, detonating, shattering them. I've got my Rogue shattering another one, and Alistair loves to run off into Blizzard, so he runs off in there, and as long as you got his resistance high, he's not getting knocked down or frozen every 2 seconds, and he's in there shield bashing and overpowering the rest to shatter the rest. So I'm getting shatters in there, and whatever damage that is, to have set that up in one turn to where I can then in turn throw Blood Wound in there. Or I can in turn throw an extra few Winter's Grasp or just do whatever. Or let Wynn maybe even throw a Walking Bomb in there. And the enemies can't do anything about it because they're either knocked on their ass or they're frozen solid. And if they're frozen solid, they're at risk of getting shattered. All that damage being done, even though Blizzard does damage-wise little or nothing. Instead of putting up 17s and 20s, it only puts up like 3s, 4s, maybe 7s or 8s if you've got everything maxed out, which I do on this character. But it's more the tactical part of it. It's the damage and the damage setup. I don't know how much damage there is into shattering 3 enemies while you've got the rest immobilized and doing damage to them as well, setting them up to take another spell that they can't do anything about. I don't know how much damage is involved in that, but I'd rather have all that than one stupid spike damage from Death Hex and putting yourself at risk of getting immediately annihilated because every enemy on the board is leaving your Death Cloud to come pounce on your face. That really doesn't vibe with me. If you talk about DPS DPS is DPS over time as well. Damage per second. There's more than 1 second in the game. If you're doing a whole bunch of damage in just that 1 second, what's happening all the other seconds from the start to the finish of that fight? Okay, you take out one major threat, that's wonderful. But if you can't deal with anybody else and you die, it really didn't do you any good. Not that that necessarily happens. There's other stuff you have at your disposal. And you can only cast so much spells out of your blood pool before you need to really find a way to heal. Now, what I found, instead of worrying about doing a bunch of this during the game, blood sacrifice, I haven't touched Alistair once. I just let him tank. I just let him do his thing. What I do is I had wind set to cast regenerate, and I'll show you guys this, but just since it's part of what I'm talking about now, to cast regenerate on Alistair at 90% health, which meaning if he's 90% or less, that means we're in a fight. And if we're in a fight, he needs that regeneration already ticking. So it's basically like pre-healing him. So regeneration ticks as long as that lasts, and I have winds set to hit me with regenerate if I'm at 75%. The cool thing about regenerate is it's not affected by blood magic, at least not that I can tell. With blood magic on or off, I get the same amount of health back per tick, as long as regenerate. I think it lasts 5 seconds, and you get, a tick per second. It gives you back, probably depending on her spell power, is whatever you get back. But anyway, and now I've got it set up where I can hit myself with it. And if I'm not under any threat, I can actually help Wynn regenerate Alistair as well. I can hit him with basically a double tick of regenerate, or someone else. Sometimes I can hit Wynn with it. I can hit anybody if they're getting low on health or they're under attack. I see Liliana over here getting hit by arrows because she's aggroed all the archers. I can hit her with regenerate, and basically every arrow that hits her, she's just getting that health back, and she can just do her thing. Now she's got the attention of the archers, and we can deal with whatever else. And it's really worked well. It has. So this right here has been one thing that I think is undervalued. I did run with this, the build before this, and I was extremely not impressed with it. It takes the same amount of time to bring up Death Cloud, and I only did half as much damage with it as I do with Blizzard, simply because everyone just left. Oh, we're getting hit with the Death Cloud. Let's not be here. And they would all just leave, except for archers, maybe. You might kill the archers with it. They'll usually stay where they're at because your archers are kind of stupid like that, too. Liliana will run into trouble sometimes just to go die on purpose. She's a lot like Anders in that way. And then this I got much later. But my first skills were, once I got Frost Weapons and then Cone of Cold, those the very next skills I got. Rock armor came a lot later. I only got it once I had blood magic viable. Once I could really use blood magic the way I wanted to, that's when I picked rock armor, because it was a sustainable that I could just burn up all my mana with. I really didn't care. The next thing I'm actually going for is going to be cleansing aura, and I'm going to run that on my character too, because I don't need my mana right now. If I have to stop and heal, I've got just enough mana left to cast a spell if need be. But pretty much I can just turn blood magic off, go to heal myself, use my basic attacks, maybe, real quick a frost cone, cone of cold to get out of trouble or something like that. And, well, that's not going to defend you every single time. Well, no, I don't know that anything's perfect. Once somebody comes up with the perfect build where they never die and they kill everything and they never take a hit, and Alistair holds all the aggro and he never gets below 75% health, and you're doing it on Nightmare and blah, 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 well, that's great. You're a 10,000 times better player than I am. All I can share here is just what has really worked well up to this point for me through the game for the most part. There's been some janky times where I've gotten some bad dice rolls and so on and so forth, but overall, this has been effective, overly effective, making some ridiculously hard things relatively easy. Easier than I've experienced playing other classes. Okay, so after Blizzard, I immediately came down and worked towards Mana Clash. You can one-shot every mage in the game, pretty much, unless they're an elite boss, orange named something. Well, no, actually, even the boss Arcane Horrors, I can one-shot them too. So it's actually a beautiful thing. And then got Spell Wisp, and then started running after I got Blood Wound, and after Blood Magic was somewhat viable, started running Spell Wisp and Spell Might together. So increasing your spell power, and they complement each other. They do stack. I don't know if they stack or multiply with each other or whatever you want to call it, but yeah, definitely. They work together. I had that anyway because I was going for Mana Clash. So this has been like really efficient. The only wasted points was getting Crushing Prison, which I haven't used a whole lot. It's kind of expensive, 73 activation. It's relatively expensive, and it's something, save for an elite, or a boss or something like that. If you've got it to spare, you're not in any trouble. Nobody's bothering you. The only health you're losing is what you're spending on your own. So you hit yourself with regenerate, and then you can start throwing some stuff like this around. And then since I already had Spell Wisp, I jump up here and got Stinging Swarm, and I throw that just on bosses. Like I threw it on Flemeth. Hey, what's up, Mega? What's going on, man? I threw it on Flemeth. I'll throw it on like the Archdemon. Throw it on these orange elite boss level ogres, or the magic users if I can't finish them off directly. Stuff like that, because they'll throw them on you. It's nice to give them a taste of their own medicine. And that was about it. Like I said, regenerate. Actually, I slipped regenerate in here with free talent points that I got with tomes. Seems like I had 2 tomes at once I got a bunch of money. I'll talk to you about money here in a little bit. I got a bunch of tomes. It seems like I slapped 2 on there, and then the next time I leveled, I just went ahead and got that, and I said, now I got some self-heals. So between Win and myself, I've kept myself pretty much up there. I've had a few close calls, but haven't died a whole lot. Except, believe it or not, when I first got here to Denerim, I wasn't paying attention. I actually did die there, but that was just because I'm stupid, not because of a bad build style. Let's see. I did get Spirit Healer, like I said, and I just recently started throwing points in here. And that's just so I can use this as a sustainable. I don't think it affects myself. I don't think Cleansing Aura works on me. That'd be great if it did. Although the healing effects probably would be minimal since I've got Blood Magic active anyway. Something that normally heals you for 25 will only heal you for like 1, maybe 2 or 3. That's about it. But I'm now unlocking that as sustainable. Mainly the reason I got Spirit Healer is it gave you 2, I think it was +2 to magic. I believe Blood Mage gave you 2 to spell power, and then 2 to constitution, or health regen, or something like that. And the Spirit Healer gave you +2 to either magic or spell power, whatever the other one was. So any bonus like that. The other 2 gave you, constitution, and one of them gave you like a dexterity bonus or something like that. The Arcane Warrior thing. And that didn't fit what I was doing, so I didn't go with those. I filled these out relatively early, as I could. Just simply basic attacks, and then any bonus to spell power. Any buff to your spell power increases the lethalness of the lethality of Blood Wound. And Cone of Cold is actually a really nice damage dealer, as well as basically a guaranteed paralysis. Blizzard is super effective in that freezing enemies a lot often. And it's really for the ankle biters, the mobs anyway. All of the ads, not so much your lieutenant stuff. You usually just piss them off with this. And so immediately after casting that, if you've got an angry mage, you might want to just go ahead and work on your mana clash if you haven't done that already. Most of the time, I just mana clash any mages before we even walk into a room. You can cast that through closed doors. So just get rid of your mages out to shoot. Those big, nasty blood mages that nuke your entire party in 2 seconds. Yeah, just one shot them before you even go in there. Then you can deal with everybody else. So that's been pretty much this build. It's pretty simplistic. This is something that I probably wouldn't bother with if I needed these points for something else. At this point now, I've just been throwing points into just whatever because my build is done. And it's really simple in basically Blizzard, and then I've got 1 detonator for Blizzard. Crushing Prison will shatter frozen enemies, which are considered paralyzed or immobile. Immobile is how I have them set up in tactics, but whatever. That's paralyzed. Although every once in a while they'll use like a Stone Fist on someone who's been hit with pinning shot, or is paralyzed, like say a paralysis rune in somebody's weapon. Although I don't have Alistair running with that. I have him running with a combination of Frost, Silverite, and stuff like that. And we'll look at weapons as well. Now, as far as gear goes, there's 2 different things I want to talk about before we get any farther than this. This is what I ran with for my Blood Mage, and it seems like common sense because of the huge Constitution buff, and that's just more health pool and a little more survivability. Armor can't be overstated, and then of course the spell resistance and fire resistance is great, especially when you're messing with the dragons and the rage demons and so on and so forth. Helps, obviously. This was magic here. I don't think these are the optimal boots. I think there's another pair of boots somewhere that either gives you +2 magic or gives you something in spell power or something. But this is fine. I've been rolling with this. I've been passing good stuff off to my hey, Miss Millsy, what's up? Passing stuff off to my companions as well, so they don't just suck. Right? I've been trying to build them. A good idea is to build your companion as you would your own character, at least as close as you can. You of course want the best of the best stuff, but before you sell the next best stuff, just because it's worth something, might want to consider equipping somebody else with that, right? Figure out what they're going to do, what their skills are, what their damage types are, how you're going to buff that, and make sure they get that stuff. Like, just because you got the best 3 damage dealing sets of gloves in the game, you can only wear 1 at a time. So if you're doing cold and you've got everyone in your party doing cold, which could be a viable tactic in the game and would probably be very useful. But think that you also have the ability to do spirit damage and, say, lightning damage. And fire damage is the trickiest because it's really impossible to get anyone in your party. In fact, it's almost impossible to use fire stuff yourself without basically destroying your party. Infernos and fireballs, they're just so AoE and they're just so damage dealing over time. And they just do so much work for the enemy as opposed to working on the enemy like I think that they should. Not a big fan. But they're useful, obviously. Although they don't mess with dragons, so they're no good against dragons, but good against mobs. When you got nice fleshy mobs like darkspawns and people, yeah, that's great to have. That's fine. I've also found those mobs are very easily handled with a blizzard as well. And the blizzard isn't so much going to nuke your party, although it might make them immobile. But most of the enemies around them will be immobile as well because you're all just frozen solid. So basically, you've got all of them. Go ahead and slap them with Blood Wound. Hopefully, Alistair or your mage or whatever becomes unfrozen and can walk out of there. And everybody else just dies. That's ideal, right? So you've got this as far as my equipment. And then for rings, I've got spell power with the life drinker. I just took spell power, just straight up. There's better amulets. I passed, I think, the best amulet off to Alistair, the spell ward, or it's one of the best. It has a lot of effects on it. And anything that raises attribute points. Like this right here, the stamina and mana regeneration really made me, really tempted me to pass that off to Alistair as well. And if this had just flat spell resistance on it too, but I think that would be an overkill because I gave him the Knight Templar, the Knight Commander's armor, and I gave him other stuff that has massive spell resistance as well. He's not immune to it, but he can take a shot to the face from Flemeth and only lose like that much health. So or the High Dragon up there, near Andraste's Ashes as well. He was just tanking the crap out of that. I mean, really tanking the crap out of it. So I was happy with that. Right, so this is set up for me. Blood magic, what improves blood magic means is it simply reduces the cost of health. So if a spell costs 50, it only costs, well, it takes 25% off of that. So if a spell costs 60, it would only cost 45 health. There you go, something like that. This, once again, Constitution, armor, and all this. I could easily exchange this with something that gave either bonus magic or something like that. But between this 10 Constitution here and the bonus +2 Constitution there, that's 12. And then these right here, that's 18 Constitution, 28 Constitution. I seriously doubt if I were putting any points into Constitution that I would ever put up to 28 points. If I was playing Dragon Age 2, yes. But in this, no. Actually, this has allowed me a lot of extra survivability, not having to micromanage my health so much. And the less time you spend healing, the more time you spend doing damage. So like, yeah, I've got a slightly stronger spell here, and I can do 2 or 3 more points damage per attack here, but I lose 3 or 4 attacks by turning my stuff off, having to heal myself, having to turn around, maybe having to get away from whatever's happening during combat. If you picture yourself in a mob combat situation, and let's say from start to finish, depending on how powerful your party is, you've got 10 to 50 moves, depending on the number of enemies, the rank of those enemies, the ambush setup, and so on and so forth. They might be really spread out, whatever. How many turns are you going to last in that, and how viable is your high damage spell, even if it is to one rather large area over here, If you're not covering all the enemies and you've got that, which immediately draws threat, you have to consider the need to heal, especially if you don't have a very good health pool. And the way I've built this character, we'll get into that in a second, is I put everything into magic. I never put a single attribute point into anything else. I went to the circle first, got all my fonts. It got me enough cunning to get all my persuasion and everything I needed in my skill tree here. Right? We'll go to that real quick. Got all my persuasion, 16 cunning, and then just working on some of this other stuff. And I wanted this right here, not just for the small bonus to armor and attack, but mainly being able to take a lot of damage before getting interrupted in a spell cast. Meaning if 3 dudes are pounding on me in my face, I have a chance to get off a winner's grasp and stop them from doing so. And paralyze them so that I can at least stop real quick and heal. That's gotten me out of a jam more than once. So those are really helpful there. They're good because they're necessary for a lot of warriors and rogues. Mages don't need this. Mages just need a certain amount of magic stat to pretty much unlock all of their abilities. All right, so that's a difference. Anyway, so that's a basic cover on my approach to building this. I actually decided to keep it real simple. And you're like, these spells, other than this one combo here, is not all really the highest damage dealing stuff per se. But I wasn't factoring in myself. This isn't built to solo. I'm factoring in my party members. Simply freezing, paralyze, and stopping enemies so they take more damage, meaning they're dealing less damage, meaning I have more turns to deal even more damage, and everybody else is getting interrupted less to deal damage and do their thing. And I have key stuff set aside, and each one has a point and has a purpose, and everybody does their job. So it's not like, oh, I'm doing all the damage over here, and I'm going to be a kill whore like Alistair is, where he steals all of your kills. He gets all the cool kill cams, no matter how much. You deal 90% of the damage, and Alistair gets in there and gets the final blow so he can, do the really cool cutscene, right? Alistair loves to do that. I'm not really trying to necessarily do that, though my damage output has been nice, in my opinion. It's setting up multiple enemies to take huge chunks of damage, and this is really Dragon Age 2 thinking. Take huge chunks of damage from combos from everybody else. So I have everybody set up with stuff that they would normally use anyway, and they use it timely, meaning it's not on cooldown when they need it. They only use it in 1 or 2 certain instances, and the rest of the time they're just doing their thing. So everybody has like one job. And if you give them like 8 jobs when they need to be doing that one job is probably not going to get done. So you assign everybody a job. Your healer heals. Your healer's not necessarily supposed to be your DPS, AoE, nuking, Templar, Knight, tank, assassin. No, your healer's your healer. Not that she can't do other things, and not that she can't really magnify the stuff that you do, but that's what support really kind of is all about. And you're not doing shit if you're dead, so your tank really needs to be doing their job at least somewhat, and it's hard for them to do their job if they're dying every 5 seconds, which I've experienced in playthroughs. Going through this, I'm like, why is Alistair, he's drawing threat great, but he can't hold it for 2 seconds. Win must suck, and it always makes me go back and retweak my tactics more than anything else, and how much mana am I wasting? If Win casts 2 spells and she's over here huffing and puffing because she has no mana pool, and she's just wasting shit on everything, she's healing people that don't need to be healed. Well, if I'm less than 90%, you better start healing me right now, meaning that the first hit, Win just burns up all of her stuff and is on cooldown for the next 5 seconds in the fight, and your party gets wiped. Picturing how a fight's going to go is a huge part of formulating a tactics setting, and that's the biggest part of the game to me, and I still haven't perfected that, and I hope I never do, because it gives me a reason to come back and play and tweak something and do something a little different, make it better. But anyway, this is a setup really for team play as well. And I'm doing some really cool stuff on my own. There's been some mobs that my party members didn't get a chance to mess with because I really just basically nuked them all. Blood Wound is really good for really a lot of that anyway. We're at the point now where if you're not an elite or better, you're getting one-shotted with every basic attack. We're at that point. A big part of that is what I was showing here is if you look at the magic stat, that's at 102. I put no points into anything but magic. When I play a rogue, I don't put anything into anything but dex. And when I play a warrior, I don't put anything into anything but strength. But I don't go sword and board. With sword and board, you need some dex and you need some other stuff. I would never do that. I'm not looking to tank. Alistair's got that job, and it's boring, and I don't want to do that. Alistair's happy to do it, so great. Now I don't have to. So I would rather treat all my characters as an assassin, somewhat. and keep that mindset. Glass cannon, if you will, although there's a lot of way to compensate for stuff in this game where you don't always have to be so brittle. You're not necessarily all that squishy. You know, you can take a little bit of a pounding, at least enough to get out of there, to get out of trouble most of the time. And you're so effectively offensively that usually what's trying to kill you, it never gets to finish it off because you kill it first. And that's the idea. It can't kill you if it's dead. So keeping that theory, that frame of mind, allows you to build, I think, a more effective party. Or it allows me to. So anyway, if you're here just looking for a Blood Mage build, which I've been rambling now for, 30 minutes, we'll be streaming here for hours now. But I wanted to get the build part done here. I'll even leave a warning down in the description when I put this on YouTube to go ahead and skip the first 30 minutes if you don't want to hear me talk. But it was just more or less theory crafting, more or less where my mindset was at, and being aware before I get it all in the comments section, well, this does more damage and that does more damage and I do this and I do that, and that's great. I'm sure everybody does it different. I specifically designed this to be different than everything I had read and everything I'd seen and what other people say and so on and so forth. I said, what would be most effective from start to finish if I did this? And how could I still get the damage out there, but how could I get the damage from multiple, continued, effective combos? And in this case, it would be shatters. That was the idea. You have a few others. Now combos get a little more, there's a broader range of that type of stuff. In fact, everything's really built around that in Dragon Age 2, even more so. It's actually a little bit more fun in that respect to me, is setting up all the, the brittle and staggered and disoriented enemies and getting everybody to just do optimal damage against those specific targets while you basically, destroy everything else with basic attacks. It's very much the same approach. In fact, I'm approaching this much more like Dragon Age 2 than I would normally Dragon Age Origins. And the idea here was, once again, just to validate where I'm going with this, was to have Blizzard and have the frozen, what you would call brittle, I guess, in Dragon Age 2, but here frozen, petrified, paralyzed, whatever you want to call it, immobilized is how I have it set in tactics, and it's been working fine for me. I'm getting several shatters every fight, and that's good for me. That knocks out enemies and keeps a lot of others immobilized to where they can be hit with something else and be knocked out as well. So I haven't gone so far as to set tactics where if enemy is elite, next tactic. Then if enemy is immobilized, only then should you use your shattering effect. I haven't done that so much because other than here in Denerim, even normal enemies take a few hits and stuff, and simply freezing them with Blizzard and getting them shattered before I even have a chance to get off another spell, that works for me. I'm going to count that as damage that I'm doing. It's a simple matter of my party member getting a huge spike damage off of a combo effect simply by something I threw up there that I was going to throw up anyway. That's the idea. And so I'll count that towards my damage. No, I didn't do 300 over here, but I did 75 10 times. That's 750 by my math. And when you count the shatters in, maybe the equivalent of 200, 300 damage between 2 or 3 shatters. So that's anywhere from 600 to 900. No, didn't do 400 or 500 in one attack, but I did 750 overall in that same amount of time, and I didn't take a single arrow to the face. I didn't have everybody running out of my cloud to come pounce on my face while I try to go hit that elite with some real big spike damage so I can say, look at that big flashy number as I die. Or as I have to slink off into a corner and heal and rebuff for 20 minutes. Which is a lot of time spent not fighting. That's damage you're not doing. Because you're buffing from that big spike damage that you were so proud of, which is fun. It's fun to hit somebody, it's fun to take a boss that's half their health bar down. Or even more than half their health bar down. Even annihilate them completely with one big spike damage. That's really cool. But if all you're doing is some peripheral damage to these mobs who are now coming over here to essentially take you out of the fight for a while you do all this, well, that's damage you could also be doing that you're not, because you're not fighting, you're running for your life and trying to heal, which happens a lot. So when I say DPS, let's not look at one single second, let's look over the course of a fight. And what you're actually doing and what you're actually enabling, setting up the rest of your party to do on your behalf, which still counts, like I say, to damage that you're dealing. Just like if you could somehow trust one of your mages to set off Blizzard every time there's a mob, which there's no setting for if X enemies are alive, then Blizzard. Or if X enemies are alive, next tactic, and enemy is at medium to long range, then Blizzard. And if you could get Wynn or Morgan to do some shit like that, you could slap one probably on top of it, or slap your Lightning Storm on top of it, or your Inferno, and then I guess you can get a Storm of the Century, which is also something that I could have set up for, but I didn't think investing into something specifically just for that was worth the investment at the time. I was kind of trying something else. So I understand that it exists. I'm just not, I can do one thing, maybe two things. I'm not doing 5 things. Well, the one thing you're doing, you should have done one of the other 4 things. And if you do one of those things, then you should have been doing this. And each build is its own thing. And that's the idea of a build. It's not to do a little of everything. It's to do 1 or 2 things like really, really well. That was the idea. Anyway, whether I accomplished that or not, it seems to have been working fine so far. So I can't show you anybody else at the moment. I just really wanted to cover the build concept and my skills as they sit right now, and mainly stats, the attributes here. Just everything into Magic. And if I was doing, like I said, if I was doing a rogue, it'd be everything into Dex, and if I was doing a warrior, everything into Strength. Everything. Well, I put a point in Cunning because I wanted that 2nd rank of Persuasion early. That's fine, and it's not going to kill you in the long run, and I don't think it'll make a difference at the end of the day, but that's 1 less point into your damage dealing stat and your attack stat that you will have. Does it matter? Only from a min-max perspective, right? No, not really. But in this case, I actually refrained from getting some convenience things early and just dumped everything into Magic. So, hey, Hale, hey, man. Anyway, all right. So we've got viewers here. So say hi to everybody. For everyone here on stream, this will be on YouTube, and then vice versa. All right, let me get into. All right, we got to get to where we can get our party back together. I know there's some times where you send a 2nd team off. I haven't spent a lot of time with any party members other than essentially Leliana, Alistair, and Wynn. That's about it. That's my go-to party. But I think you actually have to run with somebody else. I'll probably have Ogren run with them. Ogren's actually decently set up. I ran with him in the Deep Roads a little bit. It actually gave me an entire build idea for another party setup, which I would have to say, from my experience in Dragon Age Origins, would be the ultimate party setup. It was the most effective. It was kind of ridiculous. I'm like, wow, okay, now I'm kind of jealous because I'm not having to do 80% of it by myself. My party is literally working like this machine and wrecking stuff before I get a chance to even get in there. It's crazy. It's a rogue, Ogren, Alistair, Wynn. No Morgan. I'm playing the rogue. I pick all the locks. I disarm all the traps. It's my character rogue, where you can actually off-tank a little bit as well. Dex rogue is better than Cunning. I'll argue that all day long anyway. And so you have no need for Leliana regardless. And so you can actually tank off-tank. And you can get Alistair to where, if you don't have Alistair dealing damage, he doesn't draw the threat he's supposed to anyway. So you have to set Alistair up with some strength, and have to set Alistair up with doing stuff that can draw threat, as well as just taunt and just intimidate, or whatever that one passive is that they keep going. That one sustained ability, threaten. I think threaten. Yeah, threaten and taunt just don't do it by themselves. Heavy armor, massive armor helps. But I like things that actually allow him to avoid a lot of the magic stuff, primarily. Give him shield wall. That's pretty much his only sustained out of the shield tree. We'll get into that. I'm getting ahead of myself. So I'd like to get them in the party, and then I'm going to spend another bit of time going through each character, and I'll show you exactly what I was thinking and what I gave them, if I can remember right, what I gave them, when I gave it to them, what purpose served. Some things that we beelined for to make sure we had them. I really needed everybody to be able to shatter my frozen stuff. I mean, I had Cone of Cold as basically my 4th spell. I had it by, level 3? Anything that could shatter that. Any critical hit can technically shatter. But abilities seem to be more effective. Don't really know. Don't really know how much more. I mean, I guess if you're doing a good amount of damage, you could produce the shatter effect, although it won't necessarily say it. You know how to show little words shattered when it comes off them, so you can show that it actually happened. enemies can sometimes go down like really, really fast, and sometimes it's hard to like differentiate exactly what did what. Don't really care as long as they're dead anyway. It seems to be effective. All right, so let me, I'm just going to progress on. And once again, hey, thanks for the follow, man. Once again, we're essentially not really going to start over, but we'll really get off into it. And I told everyone on stream last night that we were basically going to do our build video today. It was somebody's idea. They said, why don't you do a build video on this? We need a build video. Well, thank you. That's actually complimentary that anyone cares what my input is. All right, so that's cool. So share what I've done so far. I guess the idea was, wow, this actually seems pretty effective. Let's throw it together, and maybe not so much what skills are you picking, because, you know, I'll make my warden and I'll pick what skills I want. But looking for some input or some ideas, maybe some tactical settings if nothing else, because tactics are a huge part of it. Even with a relatively shitty skill selection, as long as you use mediocre stuff at the right time, it can still be pretty damn effective. Tactics are everything. And if you're using them at the right time and not wasting them at the wrong time, then you have enough resources to perform them when you need to. That's a big deal. So let's carry on a little bit, and then once I do get my party in here, we'll actually step off and we'll look at their gear, look at their settings, their skills, and see how everything complements each other. Maybe even discover one or two things we might have done different. Probably.
That will change quickly.
Bloody nug runners are outnumbered 3 to 1.
What are we to do now, Riordan? You have a plan, I assume?
The army will not last long, so we need to move quickly to reach the Archdemon. I suggest taking Alistair and no more than 2 others with you into the city. Anyone you don't bring with you can remain here to prevent more Darkspawn from entering Denerim on our tails. A large group is
wait till I start hitting them with these ice nukes. That's going to draw attention.
We're going to need to reach a high point in the city.
Mango, yes. This is all Mango's fault. If it works out well, thanks, Mango. If it doesn't, it's all Mango's fault.
We have little choice, though I warn you that as soon as we engage the beast, it will call all its generals to help it. I can sense 2 generals in Denerim. You may wish to seek them out before going to Fort Draken.
I am sure that if we did slay those generals, it would stop the Darkspawn in the city from doing a lot of harm.
It may also waste resources trying to find them. The decision is up to you.
I think we get map markers for that, the generals.
But there are too many Darkspawn here to tell you more. There are already several units of our allies within the city by now. They may be able to come to your assistance if you call them, but their strength will be limited.
Okay, here we get our party, right?
Who do you wish to take with you into the city?
Go with what's carried us the whole game. This is just standard go-to.
Yes.
This would be my party as well if I was playing a warrior. Be the same thing. Not quite as squishy, but not much more tanky either, because like I said, I build my warrior just straight strength. Everything's strength. So this means you can wear better armor. There is that. But you can't miss near the attacks that a rogue can, for example. I think it's really just a trade-off. But boy, if I was running a rogue, and I had Oghren and Alistair and Wynn just essentially keeping Alistair primarily healthy, hitting him with regenerate, and then hitting us with heals when we need it. Come on, man. Do you realize the damage output? Just stuns and staggers. Stuns and staggers. And you think I wouldn't give Wynn sleep? Area sleep? If she slept a small mob, I would have half of them dead before they woke up. One backstab is essentially all it takes. Later on in the game. It would just be a beautiful thing, man. All right, anyway, enough of that. Here we go.
Fair enough. Anyone else will need to remain here and assist in keeping more Darkspawn from coming in the gates behind us. Who will lead
Oghren.
them?
Fine, let's just move.
Can we
into
just
the
kill
blast
some
main
so we can
event
get a drink?
already.
That's Oghren right there.
That should be sufficient.
Yes,
Nothing you
yes.
have done.
Stan would still be in prison rags, yes. He'd still look like he just stepped out of the cage.
Watch over you.
Well, this is it, Warden. When from the blood of battle the stone is fed, let the heroes prevail and the blighters lie dead. As one of the blighters, I sodding salute you. Let's show them our hearts.
I like that.
and
Show
then
them our hearts
show
and then
them theirs.
show them theirs.
So
Yes.
the Archdemon is next, is he? Well, good luck with that.
Oh, man. Oh, I forgot about this. This is sad. Yeah. Okay. All right. Give him snacks. Give him some roast beef, some sausages, and some cheese before we head off into battle.
Ready.
Just saying.
We have reached the battlefield at last. The Arishok asked, "What is the Blight?" I stand here looking into its eyes, and still I have no answer for him. But perhaps you do. You have carried us this far. Do not doubt that.
So this is it? This is the end? We've come so far. It's strange knowing that all our fates will be decided in a matter of hours. We stand on the precipice before the greatest battle of our age. I wonder if the heroes of old ever felt like this. I am not afraid. We go to fight for a good cause, and there is nowhere else I would rather be. This day, we will forge a legend of our own.
Heading off to slay dragons without me, hmm? Fine, fine. Say hello to the archdemon for me. He never writes anymore. It's rather distressing. And do watch your back. No getting eaten, unless you think it's really important, of course.
After all that, I will not be going with
Your
you.
delicate condition.
I would still see this to the end, but so be it. Let us part ways now. You go your way, to your destiny, and I go my way, to mine. I would not suggest it, but your path will ever be your own. I did not know what it meant to have a friend once, but you I would gladly consider such. Go, slay your archdemon.
The only time she's nice in the entire game. And you have to work your ass off to get her there.
Before we head after the archdemon, I want to say something. I know Morrigan's... what she did is supposed to save us.
I think it's what you did, Alistair, or who
Trusted.
you did.
Or if we'll even survive long enough to take that final blow. So I just want you to know that it's been an honor fighting by your side.
Nobody's dying.
No? That has something to do with last night, doesn't it? Well, good. Let's find this archdemon then and kick its ass.
That's the kind of rah-rah speech I like. Can we go kick its ass now? I like the blood staying on characters, but if you don't like it, bring your dog with you and tell him to clean it up and he'll lick it off. Anytime you want. Anytime you want, so, but... Well, this is the red carpet. Yeah. Oh, let me walk a little slower to go ahead and appreciate this moment. I'm just saying. Those godless bastards!
Godless bastards!
All set.
There's a sneaky little trick I heard a rumor about, and I have no real way to test it, but if you turn on Spell Wisp, then turn on Spell Might, then turn off Spell Wisp, and then turn it back on again, that they truly buff each other.
Get started.
They essentially stack on you, but then they stack each other. You can't just do it forever until your spells do 1,000,000 damage. It's just that one time. But essentially, Spell Wisp makes your magic this, and then Spell Might stacks that, increases it, and then Spell Wisp on top of that increases that increase. Supposedly, don't know that works.
We're counting on you, Warden.
If it's just a point of damage, I don't know that it's really worth the time. Because every time you get knocked out, you have to rebuff all this crap.
Make her watch over you!
Alright, so... we just do one thing after the other. I don't remember where the generals are. I guess we get those unlocked later. Alright, anyway. How about before we do this, let's do what I was talking about. So anybody that's only here for the build, that hasn't left already, doesn't have to wait and say, okay, what's the timestamp on the rest of it? Because I wasn't trying to watch the entire end game and the Golems of Amgarrak. So, fair enough. So for anybody there, let's look at the party real quick. All right, so here's my basic, and this has always worked well for me, regardless of what I'm playing. For all my other characters, let's start with attributes. Essentially, for Leliana, it's I would say 3 to 2. I leaned a little bit more towards cunning than dex, because with this cunning bonus right here, she has some skills that are unlocked that really give her a bit of a benefit over strength, as far as the damage attribute or whatever. Although dex is her primary damage with piercing weapons, which would be a bow, and would also be daggers. But strength plays a little bit into that. But dex or cunning certainly overpowers that. So like a lot of people like to build their rogues. I wouldn't build my rogue like that, but I can see the benefit of giving that to Leliana, and I believe also her songs are based on her cunning level too. Yeah, the size of the bonuses are affected by the bard's cunning. So damage and critical chance. So critical chance applying also to herself. Criticals can shatter frozen enemies. Now, I wasn't going for max criticals on everybody as far as gear goes, but I didn't turn any of it down either. Any of that's good. And if I saw it was available in some kind of passive, or I saw it was part of some particular skill, automatic critical hits, I beeline for those. So speaking of that, the one thing I saw for archery was critical shot. I didn't see anything else. The one thing I never want to do is have her using rapid shot. I did try it for a little bit, and I think I meant to turn it off. Okay, I had to turn it off, right? Yeah, actually I have her using aim, which means she fires slower, but her critical chance goes up. So I turned off rapid aim or rapid fire or whatever it's called, simply because she can't do any criticals on a basic attack with that. This right here, rapid shot. No chance of inflicting regular critical hits. Well, that's kind of the opposite of what I'm going for. Whereas aim slows down the attack rate, but increases attack, damage, armor, penetration, and critical chance. So if she does hit a critical and she does shatter, I'm sure however the damage multiplier works would actually increase that a little bit if she can get a shatter with this. If not, just her basic critical attacks will still be improved, right? And then the rest of it's just basics. I don't have her use arrow slaying. I think it's a waste of stamina and resources. It's never impressed me. Scatter shot is cool. I'll show you how I set up that particular tactic. It keeps her from getting mobbed every single time she uses it, which is what I found happens. For the most part, scatter shot, I only have her doing it on enemies that already have their aggro attracted by Alistair. Now, peripheral enemies that get hit with that will still come and try to attack her with that, assuming all of them. But a lot of times, Alistair will warcry and Alistair will taunt. The way I have him set up, basically do it just all the time. The more enemies, the better. And so he can still pull that aggro back. I've seen him do it. I've seen scatter shot where I know everybody just got stunned for a split second. And then half of them started running towards Liliana, and before they got 2 steps, bam, Alistair just pulled them all back again. Seen it happen. So this has worked the best for me. And the overall stun and the overall, just basically AoE damage that she does with that is super effective. She still isn't killing enemies outright with it necessarily, one-shotting anybody per se, but it's still effective. So working with Alistair on that has worked really well. So Song of Courage, it may be at this point in the game advisable. I don't know that I'd be able to tell a difference, but to go back to Song of Valor, simply for the bonuses to mana, technically it's really just Alistair and Win. I thought it gave you bonus defense too. I guess not. But I think we'll stick with this. Like I said, the critical chance there is really huge too. Attack damage, I mean, that's just, you really can't pass that up. The attack is really irrelevant now. I don't think anyone has a low enough attack stat to where their attack really isn't as at 100% anyway. Basically, certain enemies, even if you have max attack, still can't be hit sometimes. There's only like an 80 or 70% success rate on hitting them regardless, no matter how high your attack is. The higher rank the enemy, the the higher their higher their chance to dodge, basically. You see lethality, that's pretty obvious. Evasion there. I didn't go for dagger skills. I don't know if this automatic backstab works with bows, because we do stun enemies a lot. We do paralyze enemies a lot. When they're frozen, they're paralyzed. It's the same thing as hitting them with petrify. So if that's the case, perhaps that would, but I haven't dumped 2 points into that. I've spent my points on other stuff. You know, I've obviously want her lockpicking all the way out and so on and so forth. The next things I'm doing, instead of experimenting with this, will be to unlock the assassin stuff. So she can throw a mark of death every once in a while. And then, there you go. I mean, go all the way out with it. I don't see exploit weakness helping an archer. I don't know. Successful backstab attack. See that? If that's just a critical, then yeah. But a backstab, that doesn't affect an archer. But it seems like it should affect an archer in some way as well. That's pretty preferential. Now, there is an alternate way to do this, and this did cross my mind. And I want to point this out in case anyone has a different party idea, because Leliana is by far the ultimate party member, in my opinion. You could even go so far as to make Zevran, I guess, an assassin bard. Although assassin duelist, I can't see passing that up, because duelist just straight up gives you an extra point of damage, period, on top of everything you do, plus a couple extra points in dex. That's kind of hard to pass up there. And it has one passive in there, I think, that's really useful as well. I think it complements evasion, I think. But anyway, whatever. But I want to take a look at this really quick. Not only can you increase your critical chance with 2 weapons, and I think he comes with all 4 of these unlocked automatically when you find them. But you've got, where is it? Automatic critical with riposte, an automatic critical with cripple, an automatic critical with punisher, and that's it. You actually have 3 automatic criticals with a dual dagger rogue. So if you rather have Zevran in your party as a rogue, I could see this being like super viable. I really could, because that's 3 ways to shatter. And so, like, let's say you're fighting a revenant, and well, you know what he'll do? Here's the problem: is he doesn't get behind the revenant, and I don't know why they don't make Zevran automatically his AI do that, being that that's his specialty. I mean, that even follows his character. He's a backstabber. He's an assassin. Is if he could automatically situate himself there, and you've got momentum active all the time, and he's hitting twice as fast, right? And he's got really good attack. You could have him hitting these, and just every time Cone of Cold is available, you just hit the Revenant with it, and then bam, shatter, 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 shatter. If enemy petrified, riposte. If enemy petrified, cripple. If enemy petrified, punish. Well, not petrified, immobilized is how the tactics are set up. There you go. Critical shot. Enemy immobilized. Critical shot. So anytime an enemy's frozen and it's her turn to attack, and that's the only time she used that. So that's not on cooldown when an enemy's frozen, unless I freeze them again before this cools back down again. But otherwise, it's available. She's not using that any other time. Do not waste your big bullets on small enemies, right? Why are you going to hit a small village with a nuke? Hit a city with the nuke. Hit a small village with a grenade, right? Right? So the same thing. Is don't waste this much of your stamina on some bullshit on some ankle biter over here who's almost dead anyway. Why would you do that, right? So we just save critical shot just for that. Scatter shot just for that. Enemy archers just for that. Just to take one less arrow out of the sky for a little while, you know? And the only thing I'm reconsidering is the stupid aim, because she fires so slow. Like, I mean, it's really slow. Like, I mean, super slow, but it increases her advantage on other stuff, and really, honestly, she's as much support as Wynn is. It's almost like having an archer mage or mage archer as support in there. She's not healing, but she's just, that's really kind of her job. I don't know. Like I said, Zevran is a very viable option in there if you can figure out how to make him work, and just not expect, you know, super big assassinations out of him simply because his AI doesn't know what to do with them. He sits in there, and every time the Revenant swing, well, he takes one to the face too. It's pretty much what it looks like to me, but you know, you can make them work, I'm sure. All right, so that's her skills. And once again, the main thing, primarily, that she's doing besides supporting or buffing the party is getting in here with her critical shot, and she provides her shattering ability. And that's I'm not asking a whole lot more than that. Oh, and she picks locks. If you don't have, you know, if you're not playing a rogue, well, then there you go. So if you're looking for Blood Mage, this is who I rolled with. I wonder if Zevran wouldn't have been just as functional, although he'd be running into your blizzards all the time as well. First time you attack, whatever you're targeting, that's who he's going to run to first. So if you've got him hit with a blizzard, off he goes. So he's probably going to be frozen or on his ass 90% of the time playing like this too. Liliana will at least most of the time not run into the blizzard and kill herself on purpose. But every once in a while she's possessed with the same damn thing Anders is, and she has to go just kill herself. She's a bipolar or something, I'm not sure. All right. So that's Liliana. And then Wynn. Morgan is actually an option as well, but you're going to have minimal heals early. You can give her more heals later. You can also give her Spirit Healer later, but she'll still be stuck with that Shapeshifter, which does reduce somewhat the bonuses she would get. I made Wynn a Spirit Healer Blood Mage, and I took Blood Mage specifically because of the spell power and I think the Constitution bonus. A little free health bonus, and I think health regen in combat maybe, or maybe it was spell power and health regen or something like that. Whatever. It works. I'm never even putting points into that, but I wasn't going to put points into Shapeshifter or Arcane Warrior either. So I'm not wasting points on this. It's just I took the second thing simply for the permanent stats that it gives her, the permanent bonus. And she does the obvious, you know, the basic healing stuff. I have her using the other type of weapon, so we get an alternate damage type. I guess you could stack frost weapons, essentially, and then also give her a Winter's Grasp, whatever. But in this case, I wanted something alternate, so you can deal with the undead easier. And if you're dealing with rage demons, then I've got frost weapons, and so you still have that as a damage type, so kind of a cover all the bases type of thing. It could also go on telekinetic weapons. I could hit everybody with that, but it really only affects Alistair. You can't enchant a bow. That would be another reason Zevran would be a little bit more effective, is if you're using frost and flaming weapons with your mages, then you're affecting Alistair and Zevran, not just Alistair. Because everyone else is using staffs or bows, and those don't take enchantments. Those don't do that kind of bonus damage. And Stone Fist, and once again, that's just simply so she can do her job. If an enemy's immobilized, Stone Fist. I need her to shatter. Other than that, not a whole lot of offense. She does have, I did give her Walking Bomb, and she's been getting busy with that. She hits enemies a lot with it, but as soon as she hits them with it, they aggro. And they'll run right past Alistair. And about the time they get to us, they blow up. Trying to figure a little way around that. I think incorporating Blizzard a lot more, meaning that if you can target a small enemy and cast your Blizzard on that enemy, meaning like if you got a mob, don't target the ogre and cast your Blizzard on the ogre. Target the enemy, cast your Blizzard on that little enemy, because that enemy's the one that's going to catch the Walking Bomb. And between the Blizzard and the Walking Bomb, by the time it dies, everyone frozen around it should die as well. And I wish I could set a tactic like, if enemy is at medium to long range, next tactic. If enemy is immobilized, then Virulent Walking Bomb, something like that. But then she might tend to do it, even though it would still say medium to long range. Let's say she's over here, and I hit somebody with Cone of Cold, and they're almost dead, and she hits them with Virulent Walking Bomb and just blows me the hell up. It'll happen. It's going to happen. This still happens. She's knocked myself and her out at least 3 times with Virulent Walking Bomb. But she's getting busy with it too. If those enemies are attacking Alistair, Alistair's almost immune to it. Alistair takes like 4 damage, and she's got him on the heels anyway. So, but I do have that. If she's surrounded by 4 enemies, she's probably getting attacked. Probably. So it's like, when do you have her use that? You could just do it at a certain health point, I guess, or something like that. I just assume if she's being attacked by a mob of enemies around her, then that's when she wants to use that anyway. A Spell Wisp is obvious, just increase her heals a little better. And then when she does, do something offensive, makes her stone fist a little stronger. So when she gets a shatter, it does a little more damage. She one-shot something instead of just almost killing it. That type of thing. I have her attack archers, first and foremost. Also, I don't mind her hitting archers with that damn walking bomb because they're usually way the hell over there somewhere. Let them blow up on each other. That's fine with me. I have her hitting Alistair with regen. Basically, my logic is setting up tactics. I picture a fight. How does the fight go? When does she need to do something to not waste it, to not just be spamming it, and so she'll actually have it when she needs it. So allies, I have my allies set to use a health potion at less than 50%. Although hers is gone. No, there it is. Okay, self-health less than 50%. Yeah. Allies are also set less than 50%. And then, so if she's not able to heal them, they can heal themselves. And when you get into extended fight where the heals are all burned up, everybody's just slugging down potions like they're alcoholics anyway. Fights get like that. If we're in a fight, as soon as Alistair gets below 90%, that means he's taking damage. So he needs regenerate. And so that's like pre-healing. Like I said, probably about, an hour ago. It's pre-healing. He's basically starting to tick health before he starts to take it. Or just as he's starting to take it. So if he does get mobbed, he's got a little extra buffer in there. So Wynn isn't quite as strained, and he's not sucking down quite as many potions. And every time he takes a potion, that's a turn. That's a turn he could be hitting somebody with. But no, he's taking a potion instead. So that's less damage he's dealing, the more he has to do that. So regen, that's worked amazingly. I've had Alistair solo a Revenant, basically. He was basically doing all of it because our staffs weren't doing shit. I didn't have any abilities to kill him with or whatever. So he was basically soloing this Revenant, and I think he drank 2 potions the entire fight. The boss Revenant in the Circle Tower. I don't think he drank 2 potions that entire fight. And he held its aggro 95% of the time. That was amazing. And it's just, the regen was just, it was beautiful, actually. So here, the obvious, Lyrium Potion if mana is down to a certain point. I don't have her using a whole lot of sustained shit. Normally, I would have her do this, right here. The Cleansing Aura. I think I'm going to refrain from that a bit. And I think I'm going to run that myself because it doesn't cost me anything. That would burn up, that would get her to basically down to about half mana starting every fight. And I don't need her spending every other turn, slugging down a Lyrium Potion because she's needing one every time she casts a spell. I can't have her doing that either. But the rest of it's pretty self-explanatory. Not a whole lot. I'm eventually going to get her Stinging Swarm too. She can go ahead and throw that up only on elite bosses. The orange named enemies. That's the only time she needs to use that. And there you go. That's pretty simple. Just support and not wasting her stuff. Taking max advantage of her resources. And then for Alistair, this is really, really worked well. He's got the basics. I go to skills first. This is just for stamina. And really good passives here. Threaten is for threat. Taunt is for threat. War Cries is basically for threat as well. Max that all the way out. That came much later because of course he starts with Templar. So I give him Templar Champion. With Oghren, I give him Reaver Berserker. And I guess with Sten, I forget what Sten starts with. I think Sten only gets one anyway. I think with him I go Reaver. Doesn't really matter. I never use him anyway. And then with these, never really bothered with Assault. It's really lacklustered. It's supposed to be it's the highest ranked one. It's the most useless piece of crap I've seen. Maybe because I just don't know what I'm doing. But these are all obvious, and I just run with Shield Wall with all of its upgrades. Now, if you want to talk about early, what I found to be the most effective is Shield Block. Not Shield Block. A Shield Cover. Shield Cover until I get Shield Balance. And once you get Shield Balance, you can switch to Shield Defense because you're going to take these anyway. So you're not wasting these points by getting this. As soon as I unlock this, then I switch Shield Cover to Shield Defense. And then once I unlock Shield Wall, I switch to that. And then, of course, improve that. And then up here, just the obvious. It's not the tactics, I think, are the most important part. And this is the best he's acted throughout a game. Oh, by the way, I keep my Constitution and Dex about the same. I know there's a lot of bonuses in play here, but they're essentially about the same. And then Strength is a bit higher. A lot of times, I'll go 1-1-1, then I'll go 1-1-1 again, then I'll go 2 into Strength, and then 1 into another one, and then 2 into Strength, and 1 into another one, then 1-1-1. But I pretty much keep it where my Strength is. Obviously, I need it up there for attack. Thankfully, I have Liliana in the party, so that adds to his attack. And then his Dex and his Constitution are about the same. About the same, and they work really well together. And then go over to Tactics, and you look at these. Can y'all give me 1 second? I'm going to take 2 seconds off here. Give me 1 second. Y'all can check those out. All right. Yeah. And he tanked Flemeth by himself. Basically, we just stood over there and he held the aggro the entire time. He never lost Flemeth, not once. Anyway, and initially, I had this when self surrounded by 2 or more, so he wouldn't waste taunt. But basically, go ahead and attack the first enemy in sight, because he really likes to run forward anyway. Once they're in range, taunt them, and it's kind of an AoE thing. And so grab them, and then once 3 enemies get around him, to immediately hit them with Warcry. Knock them on their ass, that draws threat. And then start hitting hard enough to draw a little more threat and to maintain that threat. If he's hitting for 30, 40, 50, then you hitting for 60, 70, whatever, isn't so big of a deal. You do something real big, like, 500 or some shit like that, well, yeah, that's going to draw everyone on you regardless. But Alistair can get their attention back. He really can. All right, so I've got him set up to overpower, unleashes a critical on the 3rd hit, and Shield Bash is a detonator. It's a shatterer as well. So he has 2 shattering abilities. And it's really just pretty much that simple. Like I say, just keep shield wall active all the time. Don't turn it on in this situation and off in that situation. Only on if there's archers, or just keep it on all the time. I mean, he needs stamina, but it's not that bad. I don't even have Wynn set up to buff his stamina. I don't even have her set up to do that. And that could be advisable. She probably has an extra slot for it, and I could. But I'm trying to keep Wynn from doing any more than she absolutely has to be efficient. You know what I mean? Resources. You really learn resource management in Dark Souls, which I never still really got the hang of. I still like to, panic block and panic spam right bumper. Anybody who's played it knows what I'm talking about. It's instinctive to want to do that. Resource management is there. And then like in an MMO like ESO, resource management was huge. In fact, there was whole skill setups really basically to keep your resources full. And you had buffs and everything, food and stuff that you would eat and stuff, just to make sure that you had an extra pool of resources to work from in an extended fight. Taking a keep, getting in a big mob battle, PvP, PvE, a boss fight, something like that. But anyway, this is probably the best I've had him. And his stats were, like I say, relatively simple. It wasn't even 2-to-1. It wasn't like 2 strength to every 1 dexterity, or 2-to-1 of strength constitution with dexterity as an afterthought. It was really dexterity, constitution being as important. And my logic was, if the game's kind of influencing you to give some dex to your sword and shield guy, then give him some dex. A minimum dex to use this, it's still a pretty high dexterity requirement. It's more rogue-like, the shield requirements for sword and shield. So I'm like, it's more important than just a passive thing. It's almost as important as strength, essentially. Although it doesn't apply to their attack. But it's cool because you've got Liliana in the party, and any attack or damage thing that he needs to be a little better, well, then she gives him that anyway, so it's no big deal. And that's pretty much my party. As far as gear goes, he's got the Veshiel, best one-handed weapon, period, as far as I'm concerned. There's one or two other one-handed weapons which have different stuff that goes along with them, but that melee critical chance for this, and the stamina regen, the extra critical damage when he does hit a critical, which I do believe also plays into his shield bashing and his shattering. I mean, he hasn't shattered anything that he hasn't killed it outright. Even some lieutenants, although they might have already been hurt a little bit when they got frozen. True enough, but yeah, he's good at it. And then the basic runes, Darkspawn, Electricity, Cold. And then Fade Wall, I got this from defeating Gax Kang. Gax Kang is the secret boss you unlock in the Quaint Hovel in the 2nd ambush spot. I'll show you where it's at on the map. Denerim. Okay, so so just to the right of the alienage would be the Pearl, the whorehouse. Just south of that would be the 1st ambush spot. And then south of that, basically in the bottom right corner, is the 2nd ambush spot. Just above that will be the warehouse. And to the right will be another warehouse that comes from the alienage, I believe. It's where you deal with the elves and all that stuff. And then there's another ambush spot over here by this palace district. I think that's a royal estate, or the Arl's estate, or some shit like that. Anyway, so it's the 2nd ambush spot down in the bottom right corner. What you have to do is you have to find 3 notes. One's in Orzammar, one's in the Brazilian forest, and one's in the castle, I think. I think in the castle. Am I right? Princess knows exactly where they are, actually. I'm not sure she's here. Anyway, Gaxkane gives this shield. It's by far the best one I've found. Up until this point, he was using... well, he used the shield that you get in Ostagar for a while. Then he got Eamon's shield or something like that out of the Redcliffe Castle or something. Or maybe he was using the Templar shield from the Circle. I don't remember. He's using something. And then we found this, and I was like, oh, the 20% to healing effects and bonus stamina? Shit, I'll take that. That's good for anybody, right? And then his armor, Helmahan Leith, if you've got the Shale DLC. I heard there's a really, really good helmet, maybe an even slightly better one from the Return to Ostagar DLC, which I don't have. But if, you could go there with it. Gloves of Diligence. They seem simple, but I really like the 6.10 armor rating on these things with the relatively low fatigue. I really like that. He gets plenty of bonuses from his other stuff. There's 40% spell resistance, plus 5 willpower. That's 25 stamina. It's another 10 stamina, 2 to strength, 2 to dex, 2 to everything, right? Plus 3 more armor, so that helmet's worth 4.5. That's worth your average set of gloves. These gloves are worth almost about a quarter or half a breastplate, right? That spell resistance just is the be-all, end-all right there. And then this is just a bunch of more resistances. Just basic resistances. I like the armor rating on them, and there was probably 1 or 2 other options for boots I could have gone with, but I really didn't care. I was going to see if somebody might want to wear this too, because I really like that willpower. I was thinking about giving that to Wynn, but I gave Wynn spell power instead. I don't know. I wanted to have more. She's got a huge mana pool. I thought spell power was a little bit more important. I don't know. Letting her do her little share of damage. I've got her doing concentrating on nature with her gloves, and then nature with her ring. So 30% is the cap. You can't get more than 30% bonus. So if you had like 10, 20, maybe another item, 30, 40, 50. Let's say you had 50% bonus damage to a particular type of element, you're still only getting 30. And I wouldn't doubt that anything over 30 might actually subtract from that 30. I know some games will do that. If you use haste on top of momentum, it actually slows you down. Because it doesn't stack. It actually, anything over the top, it actually starts reducing that. It's weird. I wouldn't call it a glitch. It's a cap, Not supposed to exceed that. And so, just like her, it's all nature. So with my character, I've got cold. And then I would have cold here. But I've got these rings taken up, so I try to stick with this staff. Oh, I thought it had cold damage too. Well, fuck it. Actually, I really thought it was fire and cold. Fire and spirit? Oh, never mind. Oh, no, I know what I was thinking. Hold on a second. I gave it to, what's her face? Never mind. I gave it to Morrigan because I also have her, I think I've got her lightning. And then it's like lightning and then bonus cold, and I gave her the cold staff. I should probably be using that cold staff right now. But I guess it's too late to get it back from her. Although if she left, all that shit should go back in my inventory, right? Doesn't matter. Anyway, 30% is the max. I don't feel like I'm really lacking anything here anyway. I'm getting bonuses to... The spirit damage bonus that I get from the staff is fine. That's also cool with me because I do have some spirit damage stuff, so... Anyway. What else? Oh, Liliana. Let me go find her. Where's she at? There she is. Okay, so this was ranged critical chance. I like that. Stacked on top of everything else she does. We did Wade's whole stuff. You give him Drake Scales, then you give him Drake Scales again. And then don't give him the Dragon Scale because he'll close the shop forever. So don't give him the Dragon Scales yet until you can buy the Felon's Coat. By that point, you should essentially have all the money you can use, but if you don't, you want that. Felon's Coat is... This is the best for a rogue outside of the Awakening DLC. The Awakening DLC has, I think it's tier 8, and it's basically everything's just a little higher. I think it's like 8 dex and 12 defense and 5 armor and or 6 armor, or some shit like that. It's everything's just a little higher, but it's basically identical. And I think it has a rune slot as well, because you get armor runes and that kind of stuff in that DLC. And then she's got a +1 dex to the Drake skin. I like that. Fire resistance is fine. +1 dex there, so that helps. Is there slightly better stuff? Sure, probably. And then I've got these left over. This I also got from Gax Cane, and it does basically +5 to everything. So if you wanted to cap off 30% in 2 different types of elements, maybe. Or instead of, say, 20 of one and 30 of another, I guess you could get 25 of 2 different things, or some shit like that, probably. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. I'm not using them. Then I've got these, and these are Spirit. And if I was using nothing but Death Cloud and Death Hex, then of course I would want this. But your, I think the primary Spirit thing that I'm doing now, and it's a viable reason to use those gauntlets. There is, I think it's Blood Wound. I believe that's Spirit damage. I'm not sure. I don't know if this is spirit damage or physical damage. It's physical damage in Dragon Age 2. It's a physical resistance, but I think that involves their paralysis. So I don't know that that's technically the damage type. Maybe the color of the damage type coming up would tell you definitively what kind of damage it is. So if it's spirit damage, that one skill alone might justify it. But I'm using cold just as often, if not more often. And there is, like I said, there's a cold staff as well, but it's not near as strong as this staff. One key part of this staff, just throwing this out there, just for art, just, you know, if you're like, equipment management and deciding exactly what favors you most, even though this staff maybe doesn't give a bonus to cold, which honestly I really thought it did, just in passing. But that spell power and the spell power built in, that's 13 spell power from the staff. That means any spell you cast with this staff equipped is just that much stronger. Exactly what that equates to in damage, you'd have to go do the calculation. I don't know. But it's bigger than pretty much any staff. This one's spell power is 4. This one is 6. Not too bad. And that's all fire. This one is 3. This one is 2. And that's all electricity. Anyway, I'm kind of surprised I didn't give that to Morrigan, but oh well. But I think that's pretty much it as far as the build goes. I think so. It's everybody's skills, everybody's gear. Gear has different things, kind of depending on what you want to do. Damage types are things to consider, and exactly what you're asking of your party member. Like when it was for example, it was like +5 spell power. That's, you know, stronger heals. Sure. +5 willpower, more mana. That's 25 points of mana right there, just free on top of whatever else. But her mana pool's already sitting at 319. That's pretty cool. Defense is something. She has at least some armor. Spell power is nice. As opposed to mine. See? My man ain't shit. Health is it'd be kind of nice if my health was up there where her mana is. Notice the stats are almost reversed. But yeah, 60 as opposed to 149. That's why I dumped everything. And damage, as far as damage goes, see, she's dealing basically a 22. I'm dealing 55. Liliana's decent at 46. It could be better. Her attack is high though. And then Alistair's actually dealing more damage than I am per basic attack. Right? And that lets him tank. Now his weapon, his primary weapon and his shield also accounting for part of that is a big part of that. But that's threat. Damage is threat. Individual resistances on top of the, what is it, 40% coming flat out from his overall spell resistance. Anyway. All right, so like I said, mainly dump every single attribute point, every single one, into magic. You would think Constitution, intuitively you would think Constitution matters, so you might want to do 2 to 1, which is what I do in Dragon Age 2 all day long. But in this case, everything there, you can compensate for a lot more Constitution in this one with gear and stuff like that. So I guess that's it. So at this point, I wasn't going to make an hour-and-a-half build video, but that's why I wanted to do it here before we got into other things. So anyone actually wanting to see how the build plays out, and you guys are on YouTube and missed the stream and whatever, you guys can watch it from here on out and say, oh, that's pretty cool. Oh, I like that. Oh, you know, I wouldn't do that there. I would rather have something else to deal with that. And incorporate that into your character. That's cool. I think the most important things to take from this, if anything, is the tactics stuff. The equipment, you know, the better equipment is better. That's pretty obvious, you know. And the skill selection depends on specifically what you want to do. Just factor in what everyone else can help you with as well. Like, if you say, well, I've got this spell combo, you don't have to cast both spells. Someone else can cast, like if you can set something else, somebody else can detonate it for you. Or if you've got someone constantly debuffing or setting up mobs and stuff, and you've got the detonator, then set them up to do it. And set them up to do it like tactically to where they'll do it when it's most efficient, when there's the most enemies affected, or when there's the most damage to be done. And, you know, don't waste your big stuff on the small stuff and draw a bunch of threat on you, because even 4 or 5 little ankle biters pounding on your page, your mage will eventually kill her, or else she's going to burn up all your health potions in one fight, you know. All right. Well, I guess that's that. And I'll try to export this to YouTube after we get done streaming tonight. And I'll label it and title it, timestamp roughly 30 minutes to an hour and 30 minutes-ish type of thing, for anyone that's interested. All right, let's go. I'm ready to kill things. Watch us just get completely wiped our first fight here. Oh, that's impressive, bro. That's great. Oh, your mage is a killer. Sorry, that would be kind of funny. So I love the cast range on that. Oh, no. So see, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. All right, so I throw this out here. And like I say, instead of having sacrifice or something like that, I just start casting, oops. Oh, that sucked. Yeah, see, that's the problem with that stupid. And see, heal is better than Spirit Bolt, but it,
Only one shall stand. This should be easy enough. Let's get started on it. This should be easy enough.
there we go. I interrupted it. Sorry about that. Now he's gonna tank all 3 ogres. Now I need to heal myself.
This should be easy enough. Let's get started on it. Right, as you wish. Let's get started. Show me what you've got. On it. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. Right, as you wish. On it. Right. This should be easy enough. Right. This should be easy enough. On it. Let's get started. Right. Let's get started. On it. This should be easy enough.
Now see, threat slipped there. And I think the threat on win there was partially my fault, as far as that goes. But I mean, nothing was a big enough threat where they're just going to go over there and just one-shot you, so. Those mages, yeah. 20 archers all shooting at you at the same damn time, yeah. Yeah, that type of shit. Those are the ones you hit them with it. But those enemy archers almost always are, they might be, what do they call them? promoted. You know, maybe elites. They're always at least normals. But they're 99% of the time paralyzed by blood wounds. So you can set them up with that, then drop a blizzard on them, let Alistair go over there, and by the time he gets there, one or two of them are always shattered by Wien and Leliana, and you're golden. Good to go. But notice, hitting myself with regenerated the health I was losing from casting spells. Just it's a simple quick cast. Look at how quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ticks, and you're ready to go again. And like I said, I can also cast that. I probably should have hit Win with one of those when that ogre bothered her. It might have drew his threat my way a little bit. Possibly. And with a mage, since you're ranged, time spent traveling from one enemy to another enemy is times they're not doing damage and they're taking damage too. So if I'm over here and Win's over there and Alistair's over there, they gotta walk way the fuck over there. If I can draw their threat, they gotta walk way over here. They done been hit 5 or 6 times. If they're not dead by then something's probably wrong. Is that that's the Chantry over there, right?
Darkspawn approach. Watch for their blood. You
So you look around. So this is probably a waste.
Right, on it. As you
I think he's mage, right? Nope.
on it. I will fight if I must.
He's coming to me.
Let's get started.
And this is where I need Alistair to be able to draw. Alistair's got to be able to do something here. I need. There he goes. Now.
Let's get started. Let's get started.
We ought to be able to shatter him.
Let's get started.
There we go. Now Alistair can tank him, and so on and so forth.
Right, on it. This should be easy enough. Disband yourself.
Let's make this quick.
Let's get started.
Nice.
Yeah, that's right. What did I tell you?
Darkspawn, destroy the fiends.
1,061. That's crazy, right?
As you wish. Let's get started. Right, on it. This should be easy enough.
Well, we know where all the Canary went.
Let's get started. As you wish. Let's get started. Right, this should be easy enough. As you wish. Let's get started. Right, this should be easy enough.
More darkspawn.
Magic will make sure. As you wish.
Hey, watch it.
Right, this should be easy enough. On it. As you wish.
I think I may set win up if enemy is normal or lower. Normal or lower. Or maybe elite or lower. No, because these are all elites too. Normal or lower, then walking bomb. You know?
Watch out. There's Darkspawn over there.
Right, this should
What are y'all doing?
as you wish. On it. This should be easy enough.
Well, they cleared out the Chantry. Guess no one's ever going to find all those dead bodies we dumped in there, though. That's one positive way to look at it.
Let's get started.
We must kill everything. That's one general. Just end game. Man. Well, this is end game. I mean, this is it. No, I'm gonna stream for a while longer than that. No. I mean, circumstances willing, the game might decide, internet might decide that we're not streaming. But yeah, I plan on streaming the full stream. I just don't know what we go jump into first. Well, it's either Golems or Awakening. That's really all that's left.
It's you.
Again.
Maker sure gave you the gift of good timing, didn't he? There's a large group of Darkspawn approaching and the gates won't hold. We need your help. Do you want to come with us? We could try.
They're breaking through!
Run for your
all of you.
lives!
Run for your lives!
Your lives! He said, oh, screw that.
Cursed creatures! Be careful!
As you wish. This should be easy enough. On it, as you wish. Let's get started. Right, this should be easy enough.
Man, everybody's trolling me.
On it. Right, this should be easy enough. Let's get started. Right, as you wish. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. On it. Right, on it. As you wish. This should be easy enough. Let's get started. As you wish. On it. This should be easy enough. Right, let's get started. As you wish. On it. This should be easy enough.
I never liked this part.
Let's get started. On it. Right, as you wish. On it. Let's get started. Right, this should be easy enough. As you wish. Right, let's get started. On it. As you wish. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. As you wish.
Now that war cry was a good one.
God. Right, on it. Let's get started. As you wish. Right. This should be easy enough. As you wish. On it. Right, this should be easy enough.
Okay, go with you now.
Right, this should be easy enough. On it. Let's get started. Right. On it. This should be easy enough. Right. This should be easy enough.
You never had a chance.
On it, as you wish. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. This should be easy enough. Let's get started. On it. As you wish. Right. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. On it. As you wish.
Shall we go check to see if the store is open? All this money and nothing really to spend it on, right? And leveled up, yes. Now I can run one more sustained ability. I just wonder if it's going to draw an inordinate amount of threat on me. The cool thing is I can still, I can keep Win on her feet. Now. Here, look. We're just going to get more damage anyway. Oops. Now we're at an even 100. Can't ask for much better than that. See, I can throw this in here now. And then we'll go ahead and just activate it. Right? That's technically Win's job, but I don't need my mana, you know? Spell Wisp, Spell Might, Frost Weapons, Rock Armor. Only got 12 mages? Why? I guess you only need 12 mages, because mages are just that badass. Here we go. See, I still have enough to cast a spell or two, if I just have to get it. And because I've got Regenerate, I've got Heal. I can self-heal. I can self-heal.
You saved many lives here today. Thank you. Please, take this. I pray it helps you in your coming battles. We have to go. May the Maker watch over you.
I don't think we have anything we can actually... Oh, what's this? Axe of the Vashoth. Strength, willpower, damage. Got a good base damage. I mean, that doesn't suck. I can't use it, but... Oh, Malign Staff. What's this? Spirit damage, 9 spell power? Well, it's not 13, but it's still something. Spirit and electricity. See, I'd give that to Morrigan. Sure would. That must have been what she just gave us. That's cool. 5 dex, 1 armor, 75% spirit resistance. Oh my god. So that would give Alistair basically immunity, but it would take away a bunch of his stuff. So I give that to Oghren. Wonder if Oghren has access to this shit when we take over his I'm not really short of space, but I normally don't call any of my allies either. Can you call your allies on the rooftop? The elves and the mages and all that shit? Oh, that's that no turning back shit? Damn, just chill, bro. Just chill, dragon bro. I guess. Well, we got the 2 generals already, right? Oh, it's Ogren. Holy shit. Oh, everybody gets to level up. Yeah, yeah. Oh, this is fun. Who doesn't like leveling up? That's solid. Just one. Got all of that. See, critical strike is good. So I'll take that. Just want passives, really, now, I guess. Passives, man. I don't really need anything now. I mean, like if this is my character, this is what I use. I don't need any of the rest of this shit. Final blow is cool. Guess. Oh, I'll just put it into whatever. I guess. Okay. Just one. Let me give her this. I was gonna have her get into some electric stuff too. Oh, I know what I meant to give her. Shit. I didn't get it to her, did I? Chain lightning. Oh, son of a bitch. That's what I meant to give her. I was gonna use that. Oh well, that's all right. I mean, I'm not using her anyway, so I think it's puppy bro. Oh, 39 points? Shit. Got to have that. Damn. Got to have that. Shred. It shows little paws. Get him. Get him, puppy bro. Yeah, I don't ever deal with this dude. He doesn't have 12 cunning. Yep, doesn't really need any of that, does he? Here. Make him a thief then. I made him berserker. I did it for a reason, I'm not sure why. Oh, I think it was health regen while berserk is active. I think that's why I did that. Yeah, berserk, yeah. And indomitable threat and berserk kind of work together. That's right. That's close enough. Now let me steal Morgan's staff back from her. Yeah, I gave her Winter's Breath. See, the spell power on that is 10. It's not 12 or 13, but it's 10. I'm going to give her... What was I going to give her, this one? She's set up for... I gotta have her using some lightning stuff, though. I've got to. See, enemy clustered, you can't use any abilities. Check this out. Enemy clustered, like say 3 creatures. Be a great opportunity to use this, right? You can't. Oh, you can use shock. Oh, well, shit. All right. Okay. Couldn't use any abilities that I had before. Okay. Cool. I'll go with that. That's good enough. Anybody need any other gear while I'm here? I don't think there's anything. Oh, I can give this. Yeah. That Dex doesn't do shit. That Dex really is for Alistair, isn't it? I'm not taking Alistair's. Here, let's give it to. Okay.
Beware! A large group of Darkspawn have broken away from the battle. They're charging this way. They'll be here any minute. Look now, Darkspawn.
What am I going to use? It's like a doggy dude is just doing his thing, right? My dog is just getting his. Yeah, we're just at the door now. Come on, you bitches. Crawl up at the door.
Shall I send word that the gates are secured?
Yes.
Right away.
Call allies against the Ark. Man, that'd keep those Darkspawn annoying ass mobs at bay, right? All right. Are we ready? Are we ready? We're back to us again, huh? Oh shit, I don't have anything active. All right.
I'm unable to do that.
Hell, I could probably sustain Arcane Shield too.
Let's get started.
Might as well. And telekinetic weapons. Holy crap! Oh, telekinetic weapons overrode frost weapons? Interesting. Okay, oh, you can only buff one weapon at a time, so I can't do fire and frost with the same mage. I think frost weapons are better.
What shall I do?
I don't remember what the ambushes are here.
Let's get started. This should be easy enough. Right. This should be easy enough. On it. Let's get started. As you wish. On it. Right. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. Right. As you wish. Let's get started. Right. This should be easy enough. Only one shall stand! Right. On it. Let's get started. As you wish. On it. Right.
I never even thought to keep Arcane Shield on. Why not, right?
Idle time is wasted time. Let's get on it.
It's all just archers up there, I think.
Darkspawn. They just crop up everywhere, don't they?
On it. Right. On it. This should be easy enough. As you wish. Let's
Haha,
get started.
stole your kill.
On it. This should be easy enough. As you wish. A little frantic. Ha! I can see why. As you wish. Let's get started. Down with you! Right. This should be easy enough. Right. Let's get started.
Down you go.
On it. This should be easy enough. Right. As you wish. Right. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. As you wish. Right. Let's get started. On it. As you wish. Move and parry, strike and kill! Only one shall stand!
Really want to collect all this loot. Not that I'm gonna need it. I don't know, if we go into one of the DLCs.
Is it just me, or do you actually think you have a chance? Oh, well done.
Darkspawn, straight ahead.
This should be easy enough. Let's get started. On it, right, on it. This should be easy enough. Here we go!
As you like.
Let's get started. On it. Oh.
I don't think we need potions and stuff. I mean, I think we're set on all the stuff, but it's nice to collect these things up. We gotta go find Sandal. Sandal, where you at? Buy my stuff, bro. Enchantment, bro. Where are you? Yeah, almost everything drops something. That's crazy. Even if it is empty.
Just like you wanted.
Yeah, we're just have to. We're gonna wind up destroying all the darkspawn stuff. I already know that. Excuse me. Alrighty.
Cursed creatures! Let's get started. This should be easy enough. Let's get started. On it. This should be easy enough. Right. Let's get started. Nothing. This should be easy enough. Let's get started.
Friggin' mage up there? Oh, there he is, bitch.
This should be easy enough.
I didn't see the emissary. My bad.
Brilliant!
I am used to fighting like this any longer.
Okay. No.
Something on your mind?
So that brings my point to mind. Let's say I throw a spirit cloud up there because I'm looking for death hex and I'm just going to destroy something. Spirit damage at this point, right? With my spell power, it'd probably tick off like 25, 30 a second. It'd probably kill most of those darkspawn outright, which it did anyway. The storm, it just took a little longer, but they couldn't move. 90% of them couldn't move. And so what it did is it basically knocked everybody on their ass or froze them solid, which allowed me to throw another spell back on top of that, and the damage of those together, plus whatever my companions were doing to enemies that were set up for shatters, more than compensated for the extra damage, the little bit more damage, even if it was double damage, that I might have done with my basic attack, that everybody can just leave. Throw a death cloud up there, and then we get charged, swarmed by 30 darkspawn. Right there, we basically held 95% of them in place, and then they were dead. Right? That's what I'm talking about. All that time that I didn't have to spend healing, fleeing, or doing something else, I was able to actually continue to do damage. That's the point. If I do 500 in 1 second, and the next 5 seconds I spend, or the next 5 turns I spend buffing myself, I'd rather do 200 a second for all 5 seconds. I'm going to end up doing more damage. And no, I'm not a proponent of damage over time beat spike damage necessarily. You know, when you can one-shot things, you need to one-shot things. I agree. But when you're dealing with mobs, when you're dealing with crowd control, which is 90% of the time, it's combinations of enemies set up tactically to challenge you in different ways. You know, 10 archers spread out across the battlefield. Even if you had an AoE spell that could kill them all, you know, you'd literally have to send one and then find another one and send that one over there, you know, and so on and so forth. Or try to take each one out. And up until now in the game, you're probably not one-shotting everything. It's probably taking you a couple shots. It's probably taking you a little while to kill each enemy. And while you're doing that, they're killing you. All 5 of them are shooting at your mage at the same time. You're dead. It did purple damage? Well, what is purple damage? Is that spirit? Is it that spirit damage that answers our question? It might be cool to do spirit hands just for blood wound. Seeing as the cold damage really mostly just affects my Winter's Grasp, which is a nice spell. I mean, it's great. I use it. But blood wound is the shit. See, I could choose to do that right now. I was talking about that when we were doing our build section at the beginning of the thing. I was talking about maybe switching to these, which is 20 spirit damage, because I've got 10% built into my staff. That's the cap. 30% spirit damage. And that would affect blood wound. But it doesn't affect blizzard. It doesn't affect cone of cold. It doesn't affect winter's grasp. I'm not sure if it affects I'm not sure if it affects this. Telekinetic weapons. I wonder if spirit Yeah, yeah, I'm posting this whole thing on YouTube. That's what the first hour was all about. Yeah, the one after the blizzard was Blood Wound. Basically, freeze them all in place where they can't do anything, then hit them with Blood Wound, and that paralyzes them also. But it hits them for really decent damage. Paralyzes and kills them. Wonder if this is spirit, or if this is considered physical. Because if this is spirit damage, or if it just affects your passive stat on armor penetration and that's it. No, Mana Clash is the last thing I did. I did Blizzard and knocked everyone down or froze them in place. Then did Blood Wound while my mages were shattering whoever they had to shatter, or Leliana, whatever. And then I realized that Mage was over there, and then I hit him with Mana Clash. I think that number pops up like yellow or gold or something. Anything I can give up now? Oh. Nothing I can give up here. Nothing I want to give up. There's nothing I want to give up here. Yeah, there it is. I'll give up Life Ward. I got all this shit going. All of it. Awesome. What the hell is that last thing? Oh yeah, that's right. Cleansing Aura. So now nobody can get injuries anymore. I just walk by them and just walk by them and they just glow. Talking about a magic supernova just cruising along. All right, this is fun. I'm not gonna lie, it's not really any more or less satisfying than the first Blood Mage I ever tried here. Once I got to this point, although there's a little tactical advantage now, so I will say that.
Trap right ahead.
Be careful. Dark spot.
On it.
Yeah, that must be spirit damage. Oh, it is spirit damage because
This should be easy enough. Let's get started. As you wish. On it. Right. This should be easy enough. On it. Right. Let's get started. This should be easy enough.
Alistair's just gonna have to tank his ass off over there for a second.
Right, this should be easy enough. Stay still! Let's get started. On it, right. As you wish. This should be easy enough.
He's almost dead.
On it. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. On it.
There's not that many streaks in the game. There really's not. This is bullshit. And the entire time, Liliana's fucking taking out those archers over there, right? They were shooting at us a minute ago. That was a few too many shrieks, though. It's not that many right here in this ambush. Not that I remember. That looked like a double spawn. I could be wrong, but certainly how it looked. Yeah, we're gonna wind up throwing all those away.
Trap right ahead.
I guess that ends after each fight too? The cleansing aura or something? I hope not. We were helping sit back there with Liliana and Wynn and just help keep them alive. Just sit there and it's basically like regenerate. All right. That's pretty much it right here.
Darkspawn approach. Watch for their blood. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. Let's get started. As you wish.
Yeah, this one's a nasty ambush. This is.
Right. As you wish. As you wish. Right. On it. As you wish. Let's get started. Right. Let's get started. Come now, defend yourself! Is it just me, or do you actually think you have a chance? This should be easy enough.
Stop it. Stop it.
As you wish.
No, that's not cool. I'm dead. Fuck! That was my fault. Oh, this is bullshit! I'm not going with the bullshit. That mage is dead up there, but he's alive again. And shit like that. Oh, you're gonna make me do the whole thing again? Alright. It's literally gonna make me do the whole thing again. That's pretty cheap, man.
Got it.
Well, if you've got your tactics set to any, it appears that you're...
Trap right ahead.
Darkspawn approach. Watch for their blood.
Fuck you.
That went well.
Darkspawn, straight ahead.
As you wish. On it. This should be easy enough. As you wish. Right. Let's get started. On it. This should be easy enough. As you wish. This should be easy enough. On it. As you wish. Excellent! Let's get started. Darkspawn, destroy the fiends. Right, this should be easy enough. On it, as you wish.
You resisted?
Let's get started. On it, as you wish. Right. On it. Let's get started. On it, as you wish. This should be easy enough. This should be easy enough. Let's get started.
You should run while you can.
Right. Let's get started. As you wish. On it. This should be easy enough. Right. Let's get started.
The invincible fucking... The game doesn't do this either. It's really not supposed to.
On it. Right. On it. Right.
Down you go.
Let's get started. Right. On it. Let's get started. This should be easy. As you wish. Right. This should be easy enough.
It's just this, bitch! What the fuck?
Only one shall stand.
Wow, this is crazy. You gonna let me move my shit or what, man?
Right. On it. This should be easy enough.
That's how you get a shatter.
On it.
Absolute bullshit,
Let's
man.
get started.
Wow. Just wow. Wow, how janky was that, man? Here, let me answer that for you. Extremely janky. That was not straight up at all. It really wasn't. All right. Yeah, we got to do it again. I mean, hey, it's all fun, right?
Of course. Trap right ahead.
Okay, I guess let's save. Because we got the ambush from hell coming in here. Like ambush from hell. This I think this may be the hardest thing about all of Denerim is this right after this gate.
Let's get on it.
I have scatter shot, yeah. Yeah, I do. It's not the one ability that ends that ends the game like everyone makes it out to be, but yeah, I got her using it.
Darkspawn, destroy the fiends.
You must have victory.
Right. This should be easy enough. As you wish. Let's get started. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. As you wish. This should be easy enough. Let's get started. On it. Let's get started.
They resisted it. All of them.
Like
path. On it. As you wish. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. On it. Right. This should be easy. On it. Bandages! I need bandages! On it. This should be easy enough.
There's 3 of them up there. 3 of them up there.
As you wish.
I can't do it.
On it. Right. This should be easy enough. As you wish.
Oh, there's not this many darkspawn in this ambush either. Bitch, you're gonna suck on this. You're gonna suck it. There you go.
Right. As you wish.
How's it feel, asshole?
Let's get started. This should be easy. As you wish.
There's not this many enemies here. Not that many darkspawn in this ambush either. Maybe it's level. It's a level related thing. Maybe that's possible. That was, I literally think they doubled the vanilla wave right there that is normally here. And I had to get out of trouble like twice right there. That wasn't very good. But I didn't need those dark spawns being immune to the only thing that you can take them out of the game with. Immune to mana clash? They're not. They shouldn't have been able to resist it twice, but they did. So they got like a 5% dice roll or something twice in a row or some shit like that. Yeah, I'm not impressed by shit like that. It's just... Here's the only thing you can have to win, and it doesn't work. There you go. That's fair. No, actually it's not, man. No, actually it's really not.
This should be easy enough. Let's get started.
Yeah, we sucked down some health poultices there, man. That was nasty. Okay. Kind of fun, though. A little bit fun. At least we got a save here, so. I was about to say, Sandal's got to be around somewhere. Right?
It's done.
Let's say blank vellum. Whatever blank vellum is. Basically the Thetis equivalent of scrap paper.
Right.
not attacking you. Oh, that doesn't work on these assholes.
Let's get started. Right, let's get started. This should be easy enough. As you wish.
Get the fuck out of my way, Alistair. Hey, you really got to get off me, man.
On it. Let's get started.
What is she being? Oh, a friggin' one of these bitches? Oh, you got plenty of spells, don't you? There you go. I'm dead. Oh, he killed everybody?
Make us breath right away.
Oh no, you don't!
It's done. As you like. Right away.
All right. Off I go.
The fight's been over for 15 minutes. You can, Where's my character at? Alright, so everybody should lose their injuries, right? Except me? Except me. Oh, wow. Doesn't work on me. Well, that sucks. Can't you think about anyone besides yourself? They are, but that they double spammed that mob. I'm pretty sure they double spammed it. I remember that wave of like shrieks and the dragon and all the archers back there and stuff, but that was a little over the top from the way I remember it. I could be wrong. I'm probably wrong. Been a long time since I played.
Idle time is wasted time. Let's get on it.
Doesn't really matter now. Doesn't even matter. Shape chamber, a mage? Doesn't look like it. Can't really tell. Did he take any damage? No.
Darkspawn, destroy the fiends.
He is a mage.
Let's get started. Right, on it, as you wish. Let's get started. Right, on it. This should be easy. As you wish. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. This should be easy enough. On it. Right. Let's get started.
And an emissary too? Nasty combos they're throwing in here, man. Nasty combos. Nasty combos.
Right, on it. This should be easy enough. Let's make this quick. Right. Now we're going to battle.
Ask me anything. finished. Just like you wanted.
Like, who would really need any of this stuff at this point? And I guess if you're just trying to get through it, I guess you just really wouldn't bother with it. You just go on about your business and skip all this shit, right? Just get to the fights, and the XP is what really the only thing that... shit, the XP almost doesn't matter at this point. But gotta grab everything just because it's there, right? Be destroying shit here pretty soon. I know our inventory is real close to... Killed all the dogs, fuck assholes. Oh, now they really gotta die. Yeah. Now that's putting the Archdemon and the Darkspawn up there on the same level as, you know, Arl, Brendan Howe and shit like that. Nah, you messed up. Should have left the dogs alone. Might even reconsider the whole ending the blight thing if it weren't for that. But now, gots to go. Gotta be Sandal in this. Sandal, bro, killing everything. I mean everything. Come on, man. He's all covered in blood and shit.
Enchantment.
Oh, I don't need that.
Enchantment.
8. I guess, I don't know. I will figure it out. All stuff to make stuff. Don't really need any of this stuff now, do I? That gets up to the roof, but I mean, there's other stuff down this way. I think, maybe not. Well, actually, I think there's another floor, and then is the roof. I don't remember actually. I know this is pretty lengthy. You don't just get through this like in 2 minutes, but actually, you know what? This door is no. Yeah, this door is shut off for good. That's how you leave, right? Or something. When you break out of prison. Sandal he's so OP. The Sandal is OP.
Let's get on it.
That's so many dark spots. Second floor. Actually, there's a third floor too in there. Then the roof. Fuck, I don't remember. we can't get through that way? Okay, so this one's pretty linear then. We get through. Yeah. Got to go down the hallways and shit. They're up there. What the hell are we dealing with? Don't need any of those.
Next. It's done.
Yeah, I'm tired of these darkspawn mages. They're really starting to get annoying. Here, y'all suck on this while we deal with this asshole.
Right. Right. This should be easy enough.
I never liked this part.
So that's the way to get out of here then. Here's the larder. Darkspawn don't need any of this. They're too busy. Can you stack? Yeah, if you stack Blizzard and Firestorm with Spell Might, you can create Storm of the Century. It's something I could probably get Wind to manually do if I wanted to put a couple more points into it. Thought about it, but I was, I'm kind of building the way I'm building. You know what I mean? Like sort of dedicated to a particular path. So I've pretty much just been doing that. All these assholes are laying traps, man. Another damn mage. Oh, he's one of those sneaky types. Huh? One of those sneaky types. Yeah.
Careful. Dark spot. On it. Let's get started.
Yes! How about you?
Let's have at it!
This should be easy enough. Right. Let's get started. On it. Let's get started.
Let's get some glory!
Let's get started. Right. On it. Right. Let's get started. This should be easy. Right. On it. I can do it. Let's get started. This should be easy enough.
Forgot about those assholes.
Bruises are all bruised now.
Right. Got it. Yes?
It's best just to set all that to instant and then just get away from your just get away from your character and let your character just spam those, you know? Turn everything back on. You know what I mean? Like, here. It's actually a really good idea, I think. Spell Might, Frost Weapon, Spell Wisp. Rock Armor, Cleansing Aura. Then just move away from your character, and your character will automatically... Well, I've already got them all on, but look at all those buffs, man. Tell me that isn't this shit. Okay, this is leading to the roof, I think. Just ogres? Is that it? Oh, it's one of those assholes.
Right, this should be easy enough. Let's get started. Right. As you wish. This should be easy enough. As you wish. Let's get started. Right, on it.
Resist that, bitch. Resist that. Yeah, I think this goes to the roof right here. Oh, yeah, it's got to go to the roof.
Allow me. I could do that for you. I finished. Just like you wanted. What now? What's next?
Yeah, this is the roof entrance, right? Was it just third floor? Rooftop. Okay, so that's... I want to go clear out the rest of the floor first. Mainly for XP, really. Not the only reason. But I mean, that's good enough reason, right? Forgot about that Uber boss assassin. What the fuck was that?
All set.
Let's see how many damn mages are here. It's just archers, if I remember right. Okay.
Got it.
Y'all just want to sit there and shoot arrows? Yeah, that's cool. Y'all go ahead and shoot arrows. I got anything else spectacular? Ah.
As you wish. On it. This should be easy enough. Right. This should be easy enough. Let's get started. Let's get started. Right. This should be easy enough. As you wish. On it. You never had a chance. Watch out!
20 archers. You just walk through the door like, hey man, what's going on in here? Ding, 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 ding. You look like Pinhead from, yeah. I don't think there's actually much more down this direction. I think it's just this big room. Yeah, I think that's it.
Mm-hmm. It's done. Just like you wanted.
All right, I guess we're going to the rooftop, I guess. Guess we're done here. Thought there was a little more to the tower than that, to be honest, but... All right. Just off the tower, huh? That's a good thing he doesn't just knock us off the tower. That pretty much ended, huh? Spirit fire, right? That's the cheap part of it, is when they...
Let's get started. As you wish. This should be easy enough. On it. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. On it. Let's get started. As you wish.
I never liked this part.
As you wish. Right. Let's get started.
I don't think I need the dwarves. I normally don't call an enemy. I just thought it'd be cool if you could.
Right, on it. This should be easy enough. As you wish. Let's get started. Right, this should be easy.
Where's that thing at?
On it. Let's get started. As you wish. On it. Right, as you wish. On it. Let's get started. This should be easy enough.
Oh, sorry, Alistair.
Let's get started. Right. Right. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. Right. On it. This should be easy enough. On it. Right. Let's get started. As you wish.
Make a preserve us.
Let's get started. As you wish. On it. This should be easy enough. Right. This should be easy enough.
I did that. I did that, by the way.
As you wish. On it. Let's get started. This should be easy enough.
Get off.
As you wish. On it. Right. As you wish. This should be easy enough. On it. Right. As you wish.
Let's make this quick.
Take that!
This should be easy enough. On it. Right. Let's get started. As you wish. Let's get started. On it. This should be easy enough. Right. On it. This should be easy enough. As you wish. Let's get started.
Are they endless? Are they endless over here? Do we need to be getting into the other side, or is that it? It's just an endless. Well, not endless, but a certain number of these assholes, and then I think you got to kill them all, or else she doesn't come down to fight anymore, right?
This should be easy enough. On it. This should be easy enough.
Fuck you, Alistair, you dicks. That was bullshit. I don't know where my characters are. I guess they're right in there somewhere. I hope so. Yeah. Gotta reactivate everything.
As you wish. On it. Let's get started. Let's get started.
Sure is spawning a lot. I probably because I brought in the dwarves. Probably.
On it. Let's get started. Right. Let's get started. Right. Right. This should be. Right. Let's get started. Right. On it. This should be. On it. Let's get started. Right.
Is this it?
This should be easy enough.
Bitch, you want to stop hiding over there?
As you wish. Right. Let's get started. As you wish. Right. Let's get started.
Come on and fight now, bitch. Wow. Okay, can't hit her. I think she's gone now.
Let's get started.
Oh, she's got a nice AoE on that, doesn't she?
You're getting sloppy. This should be. Let's get started. Here we go. Right. This should be easy enough. As you wish. Right. On it. Let's get started.
The bitch run to this time.
Let's get started. On it. Right. This should be easy enough. On it. Let's get started. As you wish. This should be easy enough. Right. On it. Let's get started. On it. This should be easy enough. As you wish. Right. This should be easy enough. On it. Right. Let's get started.
Oh, y'all kill them all. I wasn't looking. Here comes Alistair. Stealing the main kill again. Oh, Alistair's doing ninja flips and all kinds of shit. Come on, bro. Come on, man.
As you wish.
See, I still get a kill cam, Alistair. What do you think about that? How you like that? Punk ass. You know, either way, I think that's more XP, regardless. Because all those Darkspawn, that was...
then
well, I don't know how much, probably 100 of them altogether. That's...
with the archdemon dead,
1,200 XP, 1,000 XP, something like that.
quickly crumbled. Most fled back into the deep roads. They would remain a threat in the years to come. But the blight had been ended before it had truly begun.
It was nice to let the dwarves get a piece of that, though.
The entire kingdom rose
Don't
up.
think we needed them in there. Actually, they probably made things a little harder because I think they scattered some of those enemies. Had they been clustered, I could have just dropped blizzards around and wiped that shit before it even started.
Grey Wardens stood redeemed, and a new age had begun. But at what cost?
My friends, we are gathered to celebrate those responsible for our victory. Of those who stood against the Darkspawn siege of Denerim, there is one in particular who deserves commendation. The one who led the final charge against the archdemon remains with us still. An inspiration to all she saved that day. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the hero of Ferelden, the first Grey Warden to defeat the Blight since Garahel 4 centuries ago.
Enchanter Irving over there.
My friend,
got his lighter out.
It is hard to imagine how you could have aided Ferelden.
See,
Only appropriate that I return favor. Is there any boon that you might request of Ferelden's king? If it is within my power, I will grant it.
Sacrifice of the Warden should not be forgotten again. We know how that ends. Shit. That would give them one less thing to complain about. And then the mages would really be pissed. They really don't have any excuse, but the things that kind of serve as an excuse if you were to take one away from them, well, they'd have to kill you for that too, right? That's how the...
Now that's a very good point. I think we can begin with a monument here in Denerim, dedicated to the Grey Wardens who have fallen. Duncan, Riordan, all of them. And it is high time some scholars were collected to learn more about the Darkspawn. We'll face them again, with the dwarves as well as here. Let it also be known that the Arling of Amaranthine, once the land of Arl Howe, is now granted to the Grey Wardens. There they can rebuild, following the example of those who went before them. What are your plans? Will you remain with the Grey Wardens?
It doesn't really matter because the Warden just kind of disappears. I don't know if that was Inquisition laziness or it's just something to pop up later. What if your Warden, your hero, I mean, how do you write a hero in that could be so varied? I mean, you got to keep it real vague. It was hard enough with Hawk. With Hawk, they at least let you present Hawk as close to your original character, you know. Male, female, you could change the way he or she looked and so on and so forth. Plus, it was your imported Hawk, right? Oh yeah, I guess you couldn't, but whoever your imported Hawk was, that's who you got. But you could at least, you know, customize if you wanted to and so on and so forth. And that was pretty linear. But if you want to introduce the Warden, the hero of Ferelden, at some future time, it'll probably just be a gravestone, some kind of ceremony, something to honor something. Somewhere in some faraway land that you stumble upon during a quest or something. Probably. It'd be interesting to see what they do with it.
That they do. And glad one of us is staying with them.
Interesting how wardens can't. They'll tell you. They'll watch an entire city burn and they won't get involved because they'll say we can't get involved with these matters. Yet a Grey Warden can become king.
Before they storm the gate.
That kind of contradicts that a little bit too. Although Grey Wardens technically serve the king, and if one of the Grey Wardens happens to be the king, I guess that could be a technicality, a legal loophole or something. And here you get a chance to talk to everybody, like kind of like you do at the fort in Inquisition, at the keep or whatever you call that. Kind of get to give everyone one last hoorah. Alistair's talked enough. Wynn has too. Although I think what Wynn says is actually pretty legit, if I remember right. But you can talk to everybody. Now this is special in a game. You can talk to everybody. Like if you really love the game, it's kind of like getting to talk to all your companions at the end of Mass Effect 3. Did everyone talk to all their companions at the end of Mass Effect 3 dry-eyed? You got through every single conversation with all of your... Did you even bother? Some people don't bother. It's a shooter. I'm all about Call of Duty. Fuck this RPG shit. Okay, I understand. But for those RPG fans who really, got immersed in Mass Effect, could you get through all of the different conversations like Garrus and Liara and on down the line dry-eyed? I really couldn't ever, even to this day, go to finish Mass Effect 3, and it's like, damn. Especially Garrus. Garrus and Liara, I think, because they're your original bros, like from, been with you through thick and thin and all that. Yeah, the Warden is too complex to try to introduce, unless you get to play your Warden again, having imported all of your stuff, but by then you would be so old. You'd be... And don't do like Fallout 4 and don't force my character. Don't bottleneck my character into a specific age and a specific role. And you got to let my character be my character. You've already defined enough of my role in the story. That's about as far as I want you to take that. Hell, think about it with Shepard and Mass Effect. That's kind of on the edge of too confined. But I don't mind being the hero of that story, and you're that one person, and there's a reason you're that one specific person. So I get it. It works in Mass Effect. It doesn't work in other RPGs. And, since you're not playing the same character through consecutive Dragon Age games, because it spans over years, maybe at some point hundreds or thousands of years, who knows? I guess only those that you got max load. No, everybody's here. I wonder if Leliana's still Leliana right here.
So here we are. The conquering heroine has won the day, and now she takes her bow and exits the stage. A fine ending. And my part was small. I'm happy to watch you receive the accolades. It's quite fun. I can't help now but think of my vision. The Maker sent me to help you, and look what you did.
Yeah, I think she is still at this point too.
It truly is. I've been asked by the Chantry to return to the Urn of Sacred Ashes. I need to make sure it's protected. Maybe pilgrims can even begin going there again. I expect to leave a month from
That's
now
when it happens.
with a small army of Templars and
That's when it happens.
It will be a grand adventure of my very own.
Having defiled the ashes, is possibly opened a way for the Formless One or something to... I'm not going to say possess her, because by all rights, depending on how you play the game, she's dead already. So there can't be any relevance whether she's alive or not here during these particular events right here. But sometime on her, what she just said, that has to be where it happens. That has to be where it happens. Well, it doesn't have to be, but I think that's what it'll wind up being.
The hero of Ferelden. My. How does it feel? Of that I have no doubt. It's a title you'll be wearing for a long time to come, just as Loghain wore his. But it's not so bad, is it? A blight defeated with the other nations barely becoming aware. Who could ask for better? I don't think many heroes ever do. I'm glad not to be on the receiving end of all this attention myself. I say, let the young have their fame. Not that I've gone without notice. Irving asked me to take over as first enchanter, but I don't wish to go back. Not after all this. Instead, I've decided to accept a position here at court.
And what better than a blood mage? A possessed one at that. What better?
I appreciate the offer, but I cannot. What time I have remaining, I wish to spend being useful. If we do not see each other again, live well, Warden. And thank you.
Like, she's all sincere and shit. Oh, shit. Puppy, bro. Oh, come on, man, I can't talk to my dog? Oh, come on, man. Oh, that's just wrong. Man, you should be able to give your dog some snacks or something right here. Well, we did it. What do you have to say to that?
They call you hero. I have not heard it used before, but I think I understand the intent. The Arishok on occasion has declared a Kunari to be Kunoran Vel, one who serves as an example to others. Such examples are always made after their death, however, a death in service to the Kyun. A living Kunoran Vel would be too proud. When a Kunoran Vel is declared, certainly. It is one of few occasions when the Kunari are permitted to engage in revelry. There is imbibing of spirits, public chanting, meditations abandoned. It is madness.
I didn't think the Kunari could enjoy themselves.
We take great joy in every aspect of our lives.
So even their joy is sincere and melancholy?
I have decided to return to my people. Your quest is done, and thus so is my reason for accompanying you.
I'd like to check out the Kunari. Maybe take out a few.
Is that truly what you want? There is much to hold you here, and it is a long journey. If you truly wish to come, I have a ship prepared to leave in 2 days' time. Meet me at the docks after all this celebration is over. It would be good to continue our travels. If I do not see you there, Hanahedan Kadan. May you always
Interesting.
find the
So that's an option of where you could have gone? Oh, yeah, it says totally communist. Ogren, oh, what does he say? You know, he's over here by the keg. I mean, no doubt, right?
Humans have a better taste for spirits than I thought. The ale up here is actually good. Orzammar ale tastes like dirt in comparison. Probably because they put dirt in it. Go figure. After what we went through, I think I've earned it. I think you've earned it. So I guess you're heading off soon, huh? Leaving the city? I'm thinking I'll stick around myself, at least for a bit. Well, that pot-bellied son of a whore Tegan said I'd pass out before drinking an entire barrel of pickle juice. I aim to prove him wrong.
That's nice.
It's been good traveling with you, Warden. Don't get lost
Entire
in the shuffle now.
barrel of pickle juice. And I'm gonna do it.
Are you ready, my lady? The crowds outside are getting restless. Right. I'll take you there now.
Once to follow the coronation, Alistair proved to be a popular king. If largely unwilling to involve himself in matters of governing, he traveled often, making appearances. They referred to him as a king with the common touch, even if a few knew it was a simple aversion to life at court. Who wouldn't want a politician that hates politics? Except other politicians. Hell, we had one. Mostly the people that hated him were told to by the media and other politicians. News that the urn of sacred ashes had been found in Ferelden did not spread outside the chantry until Brother Chin and TV made an announcement. Manuscript detailing his research and his experience with Andraste's cult drew huge interest among the scholars. Some years later, the chantry announced that the resting place had indeed been found. A ripple spread among the pious, with many undertaking pilgrimage to see the ashes or partake of their healing powers. Well, what did Alistair say? He goes, I hope that thing is self-replenishing. Following months after, the Tower of the Circle of Magi was finally cleansed of the last spirits that slipped through the veil. No further abominations were created. The first Enchanter Irving was pleased to declare the circle safe. The slavers shut down in the alienage. A lot of the city-born elves improved for a time. The new king even named the local elder to his personal court. A scandal amongst the humans, but a sign of new hope to the elves. Shani continued to be an outspoken member of the alienage community, and in time became the new elder. That earned her frequent trouble, but served her people well. Well, that's cool. Earl Eamon remained in Denerim for some time, acting as a chancellor and chief advisor to King Alistair. Tegan ruled over Redcliffe in his stead and was surprised to find himself well loved by the villagers, who was still grateful for the nights he spent defending their lives. In time, Eamon abdicated in favor of his brother, an event the locals greeted with approval and enthusiasm. Oh, so Tegan became the Arl. Okay. Young woman Caitlin eventually made it to Denerim safely and used the small fortune she received for her father's sword to open a foundry while the city rebuilt. The foundry did well, turning her into a wealthy and respected woman. By chance, she met Tegan again at the court, and within months, the two of them were married. See, that's cool. That little note happens if you give Caitlin enough money to basically survive and get to Denerim. Isn't that cool? The Dalish elves prospered after the siege at Denerim, having earned much respect for their part in the battle. For once human lands welcomed the wandering folk. The new keeper Lanaya was respected amongst the Dalish as well as the court. She was a voice of reason, and other Dalish clans would turn to her to help resolve dispute with humans. In time, many of the Dalish clans moved to the new land provided from them in the south near Ostagar. Wary of their human neighbors, however, tensions soon rose again, and only Keeper Lanaya's leadership kept peace alive. But when she passes, then what happens, right? And notice it doesn't say human abuse started again and the elves, rebelled. No, it says wary of their human neighbors, the tensions rose again. So there's suspicion of people who probably couldn't care less, to be honest. Most people just want to go out about their lives. I don't spend my entire life thinking about your culture, your race, or your origin. I got plenty of bills to pay and plenty of troubles, plenty of aches and pains in the morning. Plenty of getting old for myself to worry about what you're doing. Right? The elves do bring quite a bit on themselves. They're resentful for past things that have been done, but historically, some of the things that have been done have been watered down, and other things that were done were overblown. There's a bit of that too. History is pretty twisted in Thedas. In Orzammar, Harrowmont found himself in protracted battle against Balin's rebellion that left him unable to gain the stability he needed. The clan lords objected to many of his measures in the assembly, and only his efforts to increase the dwarves' isolation from the surface met with any success. At the time, Harrowmont's health failed. Some claimed it was poison, others said it was a flagging spirit. Either way, after protracted illness, the king finally passed away. The wrangling in the assembly for a successor began immediately. Brother Burkle's new chantry drew a surprising number of converts. They quickly attracted a great deal of anger from more conservative quarters, and before long the assembly severely restricted the Andrastians' rights. Religious persecution now among the dwarves. As if they didn't have enough to argue about. Brother Burkle resisted and was slain while being arrested during a peaceful demonstration in the Commons. The assembly claimed this was an accident, but news of the resulting riots reached the chantry on the surface, where the divine even contemplated a new exalted march. Well, let's go kill the dwarves for not being religious enough and paying us tithes, right? Dwarven mage Dagna ultimately completed her studies. Eventually, she published a comprehensive theory of how Lyrian vapors relate to the supply of magic. Although the Anvil of the Void was destroyed, rumors about its location crept into Orzammar years later. Thanks to the defeat of the Darkspawn, few determined smiths managed to locate the Anvil's remains. They examined the ruins of the Anvil, and upon returning to Orzammar with their findings, convinced the Shaperate to attempt to recreate Caridin's research. A new golem was created, bound with the spirit taken from the Fade. But dwarves can't do magic. Okay. The golem immediately went insane, killing several shapers before it was destroyed. The research was branded excessively dangerous and sealed away. Whispers of its existence circulated, though, however, and demanded among the Smith cast to reopen Carradin's research. So they just stubborn. No, stubborn dwarves? You don't say. As good as a word, Morgan disappeared once the archdemon was slain. Someone of Morgan's description was seen traveling alone months later, heading west through the Frostback Mountains. She may have even been a child. Yeah, exactly. Magic shit that they can't do. The companions who had traveled with Abigail eventually scattered to the four winds, drawn either by personal duty or the call of further adventure. Grey Wardens welcomed their hero back into the fold gladly, eager to receive a hero who faced the archdemon and lived to pass on the knowledge. As blighted lands began to heal and the Grey Wardens slowly rebuilt the Order in Amaranthine, they discovered that fight against the Darkspawn was not yet complete. Though the Horde was routed and dissolved upon the Archdemon's death, many of the more powerful Darkspawn survived to organize roving war bands that preyed both upon the land and upon each other. These war bands spread havoc, and some even journeyed west into Orlais, across the shining sea by the deep roads. They proved incredibly difficult to wipe out. These are tales yet to be told. Ah, yet to be told, okay. This tale ended when Abigail sank her blade in the Archdemon's head, destroyed it forever. It was not the last that Ferelden would hear of her, however. Dot, dot, dot. Leave that hanging. There's Mark Dura. Lead designers, Mike Laidlaw. You know when I met him? When I met Mike Laidlaw, I keep saying that because that was on my bucket list of things to do, people to meet, places to see, and so on. Got E3 out of the way, and I got to. I've actually seen him 3 different times. Actually, believe it or not. Once meaning to. The other 2 times completely by accident. Well, one of them was technically on the same weekend during convention. He was just somewhere else and just way over here in some ice house passing out drink tickets. Passing out drink tickets and hanging out with people attending the convention. So I guess technically that really only counts as once. So I guess I met him twice. The first time I met him, I was like, man, because it was almost, I'm not gonna say teary-eyed, but it was a little bit emotional. Yeah, that's a good word. It was a little bit emotional. It was like, man, the games that you've got your name on really, lead designer and stuff has more than just passive input. This isn't somebody who just did a little coding over here or whatever. This is someone who had vision and scope and so on and so forth. And I was like, man, that got me through some tough times. That, it's just a game, but shit, did a lot for me. So yeah, that was cool. The song's kind of pretty. I'm just sitting here. Also, I'm thinking about what we're going to do next. We're not going to move on to Dragon Age 2. You guys want to see DLC. I'm not gung-ho about Awakening, but I was thinking we'd go do the Golems. Golems of Amgarrak. There's some things that happen in this, although it was fun to experience new events, and different responses and reactions and stuff. No, I think we ought to go do Golems of Amgarrak and see if this party's worth a shit. Honestly, because that Archdemon fight wasn't as easy as I thought it would be. Although I got what I consider a really bad dice roll in there that one time. It knocked out me and Liliana, and I was in the middle of doing something, but whatever. Well. But hey, Wynn had the skills she needed to get us back up and get us back in the fight, and everybody's tactics were good that I didn't have to go through and micromanage, just go hide off in a corner, and that 5 minutes that I should be kicking ass, I gotta sit over here and rebuff and heal, and I think I still finished the game with 2 injuries, so it's kind of cool in a way. Golems of Amgarrak is just your character? Really? Oh, okay. I wonder, Mary Kirby is probably there. Were the Weeks? The Weeks? Karen Weeks and... Oh, there's Karen Weeks, editor. Oh, okay. Patrick Weeks, there you go. Additional design. I think he does writing and editing as well, though. Pretty sure. Oh, okay, so what do we got to do? Do we got to go to... Golems of Amgarrak. We're just going here, right? Just there. What is this? Golems Might for Awakening. Like special rewards in Dragon Age Awakening. I don't know what that is. I don't care. Okay, well, how do I get there now? Okay. All right, so we want to resume, or was this wrong? Okay, there we go. Chronologically, this is all prior to. You're just out here. Just out here by yourself. Give me a sec. I'm gonna take a bathroom break. What is that? Is that an injury? All right, back. Have a good one, man. So quiet right here. weird how they did this. Is it camp for the night no matter which way you go? Yeah, I guess so. Interesting. That's okay. So that you just keep that right there as a save, and then you can get back here. Everybody's here. Everybody's doing their thing. I didn't know you could do that.
You are good to your troops, Warden.
I wonder if Bodan restocks again everything.
You and your friends are formidable folk. Indeed.
As a rogue archer, what would I play with? Well, if you're doing Ogren or Sten, Alistair, Wynn, and Sten, then Ogren. Yes. Yes. Brutal, man. Hey, man. Hi, thanks for the host. What's going on, man?
And with your discount.
Sell all junk. Nah, I was going to say, there ain't no way, right? That'd be cool if you could get a new, was it Spellweaver, Dream, whatever that amulet is, and so on and so forth. Oh, man. Hey, man, everybody's welcome to lurk. Everybody's welcome to do whatever. I'm just glad people come to hang out. Not everybody's comfortable talking. Some good runes, man. All right, so still wearing my stuff. Got everything I need, hopefully.
Indeed.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, here's the deal. How do you go do Golems of Amgarrak? That's the question. How do you do it? I really don't remember. Anybody? How do you do Golems of Amgarrak? How do you access it? How do you get into it? Is it a place on the map?
Indeed.
Yes.
Yeah, the DLC, you know. That's what I was thinking. can't go anywhere. I have nothing open. There's nothing open. Title menu? Alright, here, let me save. Yeah, let me save. Alright, I'm looking. Yeah, it's just, I could swear I've done it before. Yeah, do you have to be? We just finished the main game, so yeah, we're all I think everybody's 21, 22. Yeah, it's in the deep row. I remember that. It seems like I remember that, but all this does is just shows me the DLC I have, but it doesn't let you. Yeah, this is just that just shows me. That's all. Extras? No. Just show me there? Wait, hold on. How about this? Right here? How about that? It may still put me back in camp or something, or put me in the deep roads. I'll import my character. Yeah, got it. I think I got it. It looks right.
They called it amgarrak. Victory. Out of arrogance or optimism. They hoped to earn a victory for the Dwarven people by recreating Caridin's research. But the Tig was abandoned. The researchers lost. The deep road swallowed amgarrak in the dream of reclaiming our former glory. While the dark spawn ravaged the surface, we sent an expedition to uncover the Tig. My brother was with them.
Yeah, that's cool. I got it.
They never
Title
returned.
menu, and then I thought about it, and I was like, well, new game. If it just forces me to go into the opening movie or whatever, then that's fine. But I remember when I started this game, it gave me Awakening as an option, and I know you can
bring him home.
I know you can start it with a generic character, and then just go get a respec potion. You know.
Humble servant, Jarek Dace.
I don't remember this though. I don't know that I played this before. Not sure.
Thank you again for helping me, Warden. Everyone else had given up, but I couldn't abandon Brogan. He's my brother. I apologize for insisting that you come alone. House Dace does not want the location of amgarrak known to the rest of Orzammar. An expedition of over 20 men doesn't just disappear.
So you solo
There's
this then?
something in there.
You do solo this,
and I'm guessing
regardless.
it's not friendly. Just be prepared for anything. House Dace sacrificed many men to discover this place. Any knowledge found here should be ours to do with as we please. Of course, Brogan is my primary concern, but amgarrak hides secrets. Great ones. King Harrimont told me you were the one to look for. He said if anyone could save Brogan, you could. Amgarrak is not too far ahead.
So you're playing with... So you're not really soloing it, though. Take that shit off. I haven't worn one yet. I'm not about to wear one now. What's this? Oh, that's pretty nice. Holy crap. that's... Well, I don't need that, because I can't use it, so... Dumat's Spine, Dumat's Claw? What the fuck? There are no restrictions, so I could give him daggers and just take his shit. Critical backstab damage and shit like that? Damn. Okay. 4 attack. 3 dex, 6 cunning. Alright, I gotta look at something. So what does he have? Decent amount of dex and cunning. I don't know what his skills are. He's a duelist. Whatchamacallit? What's that other one? Ranger. He has no points. Okay. Oh, he's got the DLC stuff too. Oh, Isabella had that. Isabella had that ability. Forgot about this. The extra tier of stuff. Twin strikes. I wouldn't mind this. Automatic critical hit. So that should shatter then. Summon Bronto. Got Bronto a bro. Alright. Okay, let's get to his tactics then and see if we can make him useful. What's dueling? Bonus to attack? Okay, that's cool. Don't need any of those. What I do need are cripple, riposte. I think I'm gonna have a riposte if self being attacked. Melee. And then Punisher if they're immobilized. There we go. All right. They might be frozen sometimes too. I don't think he's got enough stamina to do what I've already got him doing. I'll take a look at Deadly Strike and see exactly what it does. Bonus to armor. Yeah, not gonna waste stuff with that. Snug Brontbro.
He'll be helping us.
That's Bronto Bro, or in short, Brontbro. See, those are phylacteries. Why? Why does the dwarf have phylacteries? Are we gonna get some like lore here? Some shit that answers questions and clears up mysteries?
Something about this place makes me
Well, that's
uneasy.
putting it mildly. So it's got all awakening stuff here.
Cursed creatures! Right, let's get started. As you wish. This should be easy enough. On it, right.
Darkspawn. Our men will not have fallen to such a modest number of Darkspawn. There's something more sinister here.
Oh, that's pretty sinister.
Never seen anything like this. It's not right. At once.
This needs more buffs than that.
Idle time is wasted time. Let's get on it. I'm unable to do that. Trust our approach. Watch their blood. Let's get started. As you wish. This should be easy enough.
Look, the mist is shifting.
Oh, we're not being corralled. We're not being funneled. Alright, Vamp, have a good one.
We must be getting close to amgarrak. This is one of Caridin's golems. Modified. experimented on existing golems in Amgarrak. Maybe they also learned the secret to building new ones. Spare me moral judgments, Warden. I wonder if this golem is still functional. There might be a control rod somewhere.
Damn. Hold on. What's this Tempest rune do? Oh, missile attacks? Okay. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's just ridiculous. Well, I guess we'll be good.
Right. Excellent! Let's get started.
Man, I'm just gonna hang out next to Bronto, bro, and he's just gonna stay at full health.
There, on the table. Is that the control rod for a golem?
Oh, I can put shit in this myself? Wow, what's this? Wait, are we gonna get Golem Bro to follow us too? Chrome Bro?
This golem will be a great help. Let's go.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Alright. Let's see. Hold on, what you got? We're gonna be a lot like shit. Oh, doesn't have much at all, huh? Damn. Critical hit, huh? Oh yeah, I can play as the golem if I want to. Oh yeah. Oh shit, sorry. That's just pretty awesome.
I'm unable to do that.
Where did they go? Warden, did you see where they went?
Ask Snug. Snug the Bront bro. Man, can't we name the damn golem, man? Name him like Flex the golem or something?
I'm starting to see strange things.
Well, we know it's about to go down. What's this?
I'm not comfortable
calm
here,
down.
Warden. Stalkers are running scared. But from what?
Idle time is wasted time. Let's get on it.
Keep putting me in combat and keep making me reset my shit. That's gonna get real annoying real fast with your wannabe ass jump scares. Okay, you can stop it now. Not a whole lot in terms of loot here, huh?
Whatever's going on in Amgarrak is related to this, and
Let's
most
get
likely
started.
causing
As you
it.
wish. This should be easy enough. On it. This should be easy enough. Let's get started. As you wish. On it. This should be easy enough. Right. This should be easy enough. This should be easy enough. As you wish. Right. This should be easy enough.
Who's dead?
On it. Let's get started. Right. On it. Let's get started. This should
What
be
the fuck? Everybody's dead. He's dead. How are you killing me here? Hold on. I don't know how you one-shotted them. That's my first save. One-shotted. Well, okay, they can't tank for shit. That tank has what, 3 hit points? Okay, I don't know what.
Whatever's going
Okay,
on
well,
in
first we
Amgarrak
get
is
rid of you.
related to this,
You got to
and
go.
most likely causing it.
You've got to be fucking kidding. Okay, he's immune now? I don't believe that. I'm not believing that. I'm not believing he's immune. And I don't believe he has an 80% dodge rate on the only one thing you can fight him with. That's pretty annoying right there.
Whatever's going on in Amgarrak is related to this, and most likely causing it.
right. As you wish. On it.
Watch your step.
That's not what I did. That's not what I did.
To battle!
Let's get started. Right.
This is for my ancestors!
Let's get started. Right. This should be easy enough. Right. As you wish. On
These
it.
others are under my protection.
Let's get started. On it. Right. This should
So it's going to be a dice roll on getting rid of the
What is your order?
7,000 million damage.
Did Did you feel that?
Attacks from
Something brushed past me.
So you got 50 million damage hit point attack. So that's what they did. They just buffed the enemies here with quadruple and pentuple damage and shit. That appears to be what they're going for.
I have done as you instructed.
That's cool. And then they funnel you through certain stuff to go back. This is basically a similar design. If there's a bridge over here crossing over, then they basically copied the end of, what was it, Carradin's Cross, I think, whatever tag that was. I'm recognizing some of it. I could be wrong. Let's see. Okay, I can honestly say I've never done this before. This is a first for me. There's a bridge. Yep, they copied. This is where you meet that demon, that big pride demon. Did you chop him to bits? Or he's chopped to bits, and you put all the, like, the bloody bag and the bloody head, the bloody bones, the bloody body parts on the altar, and he asks you if you want a reward or if you want to fight. That guy. That's where this would be in that other tag. So they reuse the map. Nobody wants to bitch about that because they're too tired from bitching about Dragon Age 2. Right? Doors to Amgarrak. I'm not ready to do that yet. Unless I have to. Can't get over here. There's nothing to blow up those rocks. There's no, like, catapult or something. Oh, I guess we're forced to go through those doors then. Okay. So that arcane horror essentially one-shotted my party. Essentially. Okay, let's go.
What sort of magic is this? Blast. We'll have to find another exit. Keep your wits about you. Dozens of men have been lost here.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not looking to add to that number.
Let me see something. I'm just curious what the skills are. I wonder if this acts with blood magic. All right. I don't know what these do. About to find out. They both give. This one gives better. I don't have to use anything. I mean, it just gives straight up health regen and I just got to go with which one just gives me the best. 2 magic or 2 magic? I'm not gonna. I've got too many spells as it is, so I'm not really worried about it. I think I'll go for the health regen. I don't need to keep any. I don't need to use any of the bullshit that they're offering. Well, what's all this up here? Yeah, they didn't just put anything super overpowered, it doesn't look like, in there. But, Mage alters arcane shield. Step partway into the fade, adding a chance of resisting hostile spells or evading. So you just get a huge amount of defense with arcane shield. Well, I keep it active anyway. Oh, I'll take these. I'll take these 2 right here. So sure, let me have that. I mean, I think I have all the spells that I want anyway. I got everything I'm using. I don't think I was going to unlock anything else. No, I'm pretty much done. Well, actually, I was thinking I might go do Death Cloud just to drop something else on somebody's head. All right. Cool. Yeah, they give you these same things in Awakening, too. And I guess if you do them both, you're probably going to hit about level, what, 28 or 30? The fuck is that? That looked a lot like the thing that Orsino, that you pull out of Orsino's face during the boss fight. You know what I'm talking about?
Learned of an old archery called Amgarrak, where a man of Alzamar and a mage of Tevinter tried to recreate Carrigan's research. Branka's notes mention Amgarrak, although she did not pursue it. What kept her away? Learned of an old laboratory called Amgarrak, where a man of Alzamar and a mage of Tevinter tried to recreate Carrigan's research. Branka's notes mention Amgarrak, although she did not pursue it. What kept her away?
Obviously can't go through here. Man, we're fixing to get some lore out of this shit. Oh, a homing. Homing?
shall be mine! This should be easy enough.
Wow. Wow. All right. Immune to everything. Immune to everything. Oh, that fucking sucks. They're just spamming everything. Oh, this is fucking stupid.
On it.
Oh, they're spamming. They're just spamming. Oh, you're right.
Can't die like this.
This is just stupid. This is stupid. They're just spamming. That's all this is. This is artificial difficulty. Spam. Fucking spam.
This should be easy enough. Let's get started. Right, on it. Let's get started. Right, let's get started. As you wish. Let's get started.
Oh, this is so bad. Who thought this shit up?
This should be easy.
This is just weak. Like this is you didn't know how you forgot how to design a game, so you had to throw.
Right. On it. As you wish. Right.
Right. And there's no such thing as hitboxes in this garbage. Look at this. This is stupid. This is just stupid. Like, I mean, it's really bad. It's just spam. It's just spam. Yeah, I know.
Right. As you wish. On it. On it. This should be easy enough.
Just spam. It's fucking spam. This is gay. This is just stupid. It's stupid. All right, I'll just. Yep. It's just spam. This is the worst thing I've ever seen in a BioWare game. This is the stupidest shit I've ever seen in a BioWare game. I honestly say that. Yeah, okay, with your spam.
As you wish. It's either you or me, and it isn't gonna be me. This should be easy enough.
Wow, I'm not taking any damage either.
Right, let's get started. As you wish. Right.
Horrible. It's fucking horrible.
On it, right. Let's get started. As you wish. This should be easy enough. On it, right. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. Right. As you wish. On it. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. Right. On it. Let's get started.
Do your fucking thing. The camera angles are fucked.
Let's get started. Right. On it. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. On it. Let's get started. As you wish. Right. This should be easy enough. Let's get started. On it. This should be easy enough. As you wish.
They can just keep that. Horrible shit. Horrible. That is horrible. Sorry I came here. It's not hard. It's trolly. It's artificial. In my opinion, but whatever. Not fun, not cool, not challenging, just stupid. Stupid. What does this do? What do I got? And an excuse to get a bunch of OP shit, I'm sure, right? Just a bunch of OP stuff. Can't open any of these?
Can't help you now. Brogan. That's him. That's my brother.
But if that was annoying, then I can't imagine the end. Doesn't look to me like it's going to be hard though. It's just going to be stupid.
I can't even touch him. Brogan. Brother, can you hear me?
Listen. Shadows. They whisper.
What is this? Some sort of surfacer curse? He's here. I can see him. He's still alive. I hope you're right, Warden.
Okay.
I'm not leaving this place without him. I'm going to save you, little brother. Just hold on.
Let me guess. Dwarf magic. We even supposed to be coming here yet? Hold on. I want to know what's up with these chests back here. It's sealed along with everything else. You got to clear this whole area out, drop the magic ward or whatever it is, and then it'll let you go on about your business. Grab everything. That's got to be it. Alright. Well, it's probably a bunch of OP DLC stuff too, right?
I'm not here. I'm not here. I'm not here. I'm not here. I think we're being followed.
The switches divert delirium streams, causing unpredictable effects. They can alter the very environment. It must be magic, but our understanding of such things is limited.
Looks like whoever this is was torn limb from limb.
Warden Sensors chamber. On it, as you wish. Right.
Elemental grenade? Why are you doing that? Stop it. Just don't, man. Seriously. Yeah, that really looks like the thing that yank out of Orsino's head in Dragon Age 2.
Did you see that? It had hands and a face.
You don't say.
Foul magic afoot here. I know these men. They look like they were ripped apart. Ancestors, what happened here? What is that? It's huge.
Well, it's got lyrium in it. Lyrium and lyrium wells not for personal consumption.
I did as you asked.
You get a free skill point? Allows the reader to reallocate his or her attributes, skills, talents, and spells. Oh, it's a respec thing? Cool. I didn't even know I got that. Oh, now everything that was spiritual, I can access it. Right?
Something shift. My God. Everything looks so unreal. Everything looks like what Brogan did. I have to get back to Brogan.
Oh, they're spamming? Spamming that shit? Spamming that shit, bitch? Oh, we're gonna have to take down one at a time.
Right, on it. Let's get started. Time for some fun.
This is for my ancestors.
This should be easy enough. Right, on it.
These others are under my protection.
Let's get started. Right.
He's immune to nature too. Well, shit.
On it. Right. This should be easy enough. On it. Right. Let's get started. On it. This should be easy enough. As you wish. This should be easy enough. Right. On it. This should be easy enough.
Oh, I gotta come up with it. I wasn't even paying attention. I wasn't even paying attention. What's this? That's pretty cool. Let's see.
Right, on it. As you wish. This should be easy enough. Let's get started. On it. Right, on it. This should be easy enough. Let's get started. As you wish. Let's get started. On it. Right. As you wish. This should be easy enough. Right, on it. Let's get started. As you wish. On it. Let's get started. Right. This should be easy enough. On it. Let's get started. As you wish. Right. As you wish. This should
My
be
bad.
easy enough.
My character's not going to use any of the tactics. Oh, shit. I guess tactics are broke now, too.
Got it. Got it.
Took away spell might. Took away spell might.
Is done.
See that? No, spell might's there. Spell might, never mind. Tripping.
Got it.
One of these had a... This looks cool as shit. So how many corpses is it going to bring up? 1, 2, 3, 4.
Living wretches. Right. This should be easy enough. Right. Let's get started. On it. This should be easy enough. They'll never know what hit them.
Oh yeah, I love these mages that just are immune to they're immune to everything. They're just immune. Just immune. This doesn't work. Oh, okay, you can't win because we're gonna just deactivate the game's mechanics and
Shift. My God. Everything looks so unreal. Everything looks like Brogan did. I have to get back to Brogan.
Let's get started. This should be easy enough. As you wish. On it. Let's get started. As you wish. This should be easy enough. Right. On it. This should be easy enough. Let's get started. Right.
now suck it.
This should be easy enough. On it, as you wish. Let's get started. On it, as you wish. Let's get started.
Creature.
I'm not really sure about this this Revenant and why these mages are just consistently we're just gonna save them between each spot. I'm not familiar with anything here. I really wasn't gonna go do Awakening, actually. I think everyone's familiar enough with that one. Everyone was talking about how hard this one is. I can see why they're saying that. I guess I think the one struggling thing was cheap, not hard. So far, in my opinion.
Ready. Yes? I'm unable to do that. Watch for the demons.
If he does it again, I'm just gonna reload, man.
As you wish.
I'm all right with it. One mage, one rogue, one tank. I'm cool with that personally. Okay, I guess I gotta save after all this.
This should be easy enough. All set.
Save again. I'm not going to keep doing this over and over and over each time the game doesn't work. I shouldn't have to be worked because the game doesn't. That's not fair. All right, let's see. So this dude's just immune to mana clash?
I'm living wretched.
Yeah, he's immune to mana clash.
Started. This should be easy enough. Let's get started. Let's get started. This should be easy enough.
He's immune. He's immune to it. So they literally deactivate the... So you build into shit and then they just nullify it? I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed. I'm not impressed at all, actually. This is some of the cheapest shit I've ever seen. Once again, it's only surpassed by the cheap shit that I just got done with. Perma slam golems spamming you. Just slam spam. Spell spam. This is crazy. Yeah, well. No, he's not immune. It's just broken. It's just broken, that's all. Alright. Okay, it was just broken. That's it.
Let's get started. On it. Right. This should be easy enough. As you wish. This should be easy enough. On it. Right. Let's get started. As you wish. On it. This should be easy enough. Right. On it. As you wish. This should be easy enough. On it. Right. Let's get started. As you wish. Right.
It won't let me target the things directly in front of me.
This should be easy enough. Let's get started. On it. This should be easy enough. Right. As you wish. Let's get started. On it. This should be easy enough.
Oh, that's stupid.
As you instructed.
What are they doing? Spamming you with just... Oh, so they put in a janky, unplanned, unbalanced fight and then just give you OP shit like free points and shit like that? I guess there's really nothing else to do at this point in the game, I guess. But, I'm sorry. I'll just... you know what? I'm just going to play through it. It is what it is. At least I can say I've done it once. I guess. Oh, it just lets you just do that and that's it? Okay. So we're not just getting a talent point every janky ass boss that we fight. That's cool. So does the barrier return? Or is it a different set of enemies in a physical sense? Oh, no more slam spam? Slam spam. Are you fucking kidding me? So they... Okay, so they reuse a map, and then in the map they have, they use it twice. Kind of like the day-night thing in Dragon Age 2. Go there in the daytime, you go there in the nighttime, and it's a different thing going on. That's what they're doing here? Same thing.
I'm unable to do that. Your command?
And it's 4 of them again? Got to be kidding.
I sent something to our near.
Yeah, you don't get a shot off until they got you half dead.
What is your order?
Victory shall be mine! Let's get started. I'm on it. Let's get started. Right. This should be easy enough. Right. This should be easy enough.
Yeah, look at this shit. It's so weak, man. This is so weak.
Idle time is wasted, so I must get on it. Got it.
What does that mean? Did that do something for my golem? What did that do? I wonder. What did I just do? I was trying to do that. How come they won't do anything? How come they won't use the stuff? He hasn't used a health potion yet. So the AI's broken in this too? Yeah, that dwarf dude he hasn't used a health potion yet. Nope. Sure hasn't. This is fucking ridiculous.
disappeared. Probably escaped through that crevice.
Does Rock stay there?
Idle time is wasted time. Let's get on it.
They use not stone or metal, but flesh. Flesh of the dying, the diseased, the castless. We found a putrefying construct of meat and bone. It looked awkward and headless, and the stench was unbearable.
That sounds like Orsino.
Brogan, I'm here. You're all right.
Jarek? No, Jarek. Can't stay. Get out. Go.
What?
The light was all around. Went through me. Everyone disappeared.
This is Ruck.
No, have to hide.
Ruck,
Jarek.
bro.
Have to hide. Died. All dead. Torn apart. Harvested. Stop it.
That's what Orsino does. That's what Orsino does.
Fine. Darian.
I know Darian Olmec.
He's a construct of body parts and shit. Yeah?
Brogan, listen. Is Darian Olmec still alive?
Yes. No. I don't want to be taken. Get it away. Stop the light. Don't touch it.
Rest easy, brother. You did well. He probably has some understanding of this place. We need to find him. I know my brother. He's a survivor. He might be a little confused, but his sword arm is as steady as ever. Let's go. Brogan too.
Shit. Dace family armor? I don't know what the fuck he's got. He's gonna have all this janky. Damn it. I can use that. Nobody else is doing their thing. It's like I have to... That'll work. Let's save again. Right. Don't mind setting him up for damage dealing, though.
Brother, you know what's happening? Is this the realm the humans call the Fade?
No, not the Fade. Here, but different.
Jeez, those assholes over there are just annoying. How in the fuck?
This should be easy enough. On it, as you wish. On it, as you wish. This should be easy enough. As you wish. On it, right. This should be easy enough. As you wish. Let's get started. On it.
That's so ridiculous, man.
On it.
Bitch is healing himself too, fucker.
Let's get started. Right. This should be easy enough. On it. Let's get started. Right. On it. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. Right. As you wish. On it. This should be easy enough. Let's get started. As you wish. On it. Right. As you wish.
Not going to let anyone hurt Derek!
On it.
Did I hear no, no, no?
On it. Right. As you wish. This should be easy enough.
Must fight, must survive.
This should be easy enough. Let's get started. As you wish. Let's get started. Right. Let's get started. There is your weakness!
No, no.
On it. Let's get started. As you wish. This should be easy enough. As you wish. Right.
I got a tank.
This should be easy enough. Is it just me, or do you actually think you have a chance?
I mean, 2 elite boss arcane horrors. 2 of them. What am I getting for those? Anybody know what I'm getting for those notes? Two decks and critical chance. Just keep it simple. It's just XP? Man, that's a bunch of money right there. All that willpower and magic. Oh, okay.
Got it. On it. Right, as you wish. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. Let's get
Shattered. That's what I'm talking about. That's where my shit comes. Man, I haven't even used Blizzard yet because I'm not sure where I can even cast it. What the fuck I'm even doing, to be honest.
As you wish. On it. Right. This should be easy enough. On it. Right. This should be easy enough. This should be easy enough.
These corpses aren't trying to hear that cold bullshit, are they? Somebody shatter his ass.
This should be easy enough. On it, as you wish. We did it. Right. This should be easy enough. Right. Let's get started. Good.
The way is still closed. This barrier must depend on another switch.
It's a big ass puzzle, man.
No, no, don't touch the switches.
We have to. This is the only way, Brogan.
No, not that way.
There is something in here with us.
Have to touch, have to play with everything. And it comes, takes the itchy, twitchy fingers. You'll see.
Is there something else I need to be doing? I wanna clear out everything in both phases. Can I go any farther back here? Got the chest, right? Okay. Couldn't go no farther past the, whatchamacallit. I already got that, I think. Just making sure I found everything.
Got me. Wrong way. Falling apart. Piece by piece by piece.
Prepared for anything.
Where's that one hallway? What's up with that? Figured it'd be... Okay. Oh. Looked like a door you were supposed to use. Maybe. Or it's only something you got to activate the other. It's a third switch, really? Have I not gotten this? Yeah, I don't know if I did or not. Well, if I miss it, I miss it, I guess. Safety first. What the fuck?
There is something in here with us.
Still barred, or I set it and reset. I set it and unset it, right? Okay. Now all this. Well, now it's that hallway. That hallway that I missed earlier. think. That's my guess, anyway.
The switches divert delirium streams, causing unpredictable effects. They can alter the very environment. It must be magic, but our understanding of such things is limited.
I think I know what I did wrong. I think I do. I got to do the one on the left, right? This is getting a little tedious. So much for that.
There is something in here with us.
I don't know, man. Oh, I'm not getting it. No, there's a third switch down that hallway, but I can't unlock the hallway for some reason. Yeah, it's just not open. It's not open, and if I open it, it's not open, and I don't know, man.
They use not stone or metal, but flesh. Flesh of the dying, the diseased, the cast.
This was just loot in here, right? That's all this was. There was no switch or some bullshit here.
Screaming here. Inside, dragged out. Across
Didn't think so, but
screaming.
dwarves with hammers working the anvil. That's what that looks like. Okay, guys. Man, y'all got any ideas? I mean, I'm sure getting through that door is a part of it. I don't understand the puzzle. It just seems like it's on or off, and neither one opens that door, neither one unlocks this shit. So, and I don't believe it would force you to run back and forth across this ruin 100 times, would it? If that's the case, then it's just more, why are you trolling me, man? That'd be my question. What could I be missing? They weren't both here before. Right? Now is it the left one? I don't think so. They're both here. And then it disappears over there. And the other one, all it does is just turns this shit off. I don't what's the point, man? What the fuck? Now I... Okay, I'm saving. Alright. I don't know what... Like, there's a... Like an order of something?
Footprints. Looks like someone was badly injured and trying to get away from something.
As you wish. On it. Let's get started. Right. As you wish. Let's get started. Let's get started. A little frantic. I can see why. This should be easy enough. Right, as you wish. On it. Let's get started. Not going to let anyone hurt Derek. Let's get started. Lifeless bastards. As you wish. On it.
It's making this map bigger and bigger and bigger and more confusing. Go ahead and throw 6 arcane horrors and 20 revenants at me this time, right? Well, won't do the blizzard thing again.
Let's get started. This should be easy enough. On it. This should be easy enough. Right. Let's get started.
132, nice.
Right, this should be easy enough. On it. Let's get started. As you wish.
We fight!
On it.
Ancestors, guide my arm!
As you wish. Let's get started. On it. Let's get started. As you wish. This should be easy enough.
No, don't follow the light.
Do not taunt sentinel golems. Yeah. Switch there. So I'm just going to screw this up no matter which one I use, right? Oh, this is ridiculous.
They called it the Harvester. They knew it was a terrible mistake, and they trapped it within these tunnels. Our fool
Yeah, this has got to be it.
And now we are trapped along with it. Our only hope is to destroy everything. The creature, the research, the magic that sustains this place. I must get to the forge. But the doors are sealed. It will take a specific combination of switches. I must think more.
This is madness. He wants us to destroy everything? After all we've done to reclaim this place? All the men we've lost?
Trust him. Darien understands. Darien sees.
Warned, something is out there.
As you wish. This should be easy enough. As you wish. On it. As you wish. Let's get started. Right. As you wish. Let's get started. On it. Right. Let's get started. As you wish. Let's get started. On it. This should be easy enough. As you wish. Right. Let's get started. As you wish. This should be easy enough. This should be easy enough. On it, as you wish. Let's get started. On it. Right. This should be easy enough. On it, as you wish. On it. This should be easy enough. As you wish.
Well, this dude's just going the hell off, isn't it?
Let's get started. Let's get started. This should be easy enough. As you wish. This should be easy enough. On it. As you wish. Let's get started. On it. This should be easy enough.
House Dace will reign supreme!
You're getting sloppy! All set.
What the hell?
Let's get started.
Oh, this thing's annoying, man. The camera's annoying.
I can still hear it out there. It knows I'm here. I cannot get back to the forge. There's a shaft of light. I can see my escape, but I cannot reach it. The ground is too damp, the rock's too slick. I could go out there and make it quick, or stay here. Either way, death is certain.
Well, we found him. Poor bastard. Ancestors look kindly on him.
Darien gone, but together, not in pieces. Luckier than most.
Sash of Forbidden Secrets. Proves blood magic. +5 magic. If I did that, I would need to trade for the key to the city to compensate for what I'd be losing.
It created a body, harvested flesh from the dead. It hurled my friends' limbs at me. I tripped in their entrails. Ran, still alive. Only one alive.
So I'm colorblind, and I'm going to guess each one of these things unlocks a different door, a different place, and so on and so forth. That's a long ways. That's a little bit. And I'm honestly, my patience has been tested a little bit too. I'm sure there's still like a long way to go. They've turned this into like 3 or 4 different things just in this area. It's cool in a way. Some of these ambushes are a little cheap, in my opinion. I mean, just throw in multiple arcane horrors and enemies that are immune to the only one thing you can do to kill them, and all that type of stuff. But that's fine. We'll get through it, no problem. But I don't want to mess with it anymore. Also, I kind of want to get this over there for that, so I can share that on YouTube. If the stream just goes on forever and ever, it's going to take forever to get over there. I got to get it up there, and then I've got to title it and do everything. I'll see if I can edit it a little bit. Maybe add some things to it. I haven't worked with YouTube Studio. Never really had to. I always did my own editing and just loaded it up as a video by itself when I made my own videos. And when I export them over there, I just export them as is. But on this one, I think I may be able to tweak it a little bit. I might be able to cut out that whole first hour, whatever, when we were just talking about the build, not really doing much of anything. Maybe able to cut that out. But I don't know. I think actually seeing the character play out and how some of the things work together, I think that's good too. I mean, nobody looking for a quick build idea is going to spend 3 hours to 5, 6 hours watching a video. I wouldn't, but who knows? Give some just set piece, kind of scroll through the video and look at different spots and see. I don't think that's a bad idea. I might just leave it as it is. I'd like to at least slap an intro on her. So I'm just curious what YouTube will let me do now in their little editor. But, let me get it over there, and I'm a little bit tired anyway. Got up relatively early, and I've been up running around all day, so nothing major, but still nice to get some sleep. And both my teams lost today. The Bengals and the Packers both lost. Packers, I understand that because we don't have a backup quarterback that we spent a first-round pick on, so that we could accomplish nothing but basically leave the backup quarterback position open because we don't have one, and fill it with that piece of crap where it should be open. So therefore now we can't get another one because they invested too much in this piece of shit, and all they succeeded in doing was leaving us without anything even resembling a quality backup, and they pissed off Aaron Rodgers. Stupid. Oh man, it's all good. Thank you guys for hanging out, and nothing super exciting, but I like the way this is. I've got my mind on other things anyway. This Golems thing, I might appreciate a little bit more, but I kind of want to start Dragon Age 2. I kind of see where this is going. It's It's a challenge spam, and it's an opportunity to get a bunch of way overpowered DLC stuff. But all of these things that you're getting here, I'm not really seeing what's the point, because the game's over anyway. Unless you do the super early in the game, maybe just drop it to very easy or something and come in and get a whole bunch of stuff, you know, and then go back to Origins and play like that or something. Hopefully you can't do that, but if you can, I mean, I just don't see any point in it, to be honest. The way overpowered stuff and things, and adding all these extra skills and this and that, blah blah blah. You really, I guess, give even more build opportunities and more stuff, but it really just seems like a lot of augmenting what you already do. Like, well, you used to be able to do this spell like this, but now you can do it like this. You used to have these many runes, but now you got this many runes, and your equipment used to do all of this, but now it does this, and you know, which is fine. I guess it's cool, but I'd kind of like to test a build in Dragon Age 2, to be honest. But we'll finish this. We'll finish this, I guess, tomorrow. No awakening? I mean, we can. The day after that, maybe. I guess, maybe. I don't know. Possibly. Doesn't really matter. We're just... I guess it's just to run through it. Not really seeing the point, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I wouldn't mind going in there to prove one point, that Anders is just as much a freaky, abomination, evil, no good thing in him piece of crap as he was in Dragon Age 2. He was like that here too. You know, it's certainly not a thorough playthrough, because Awakenings is actually a pretty big DLC. A lot of stuff you can do in there. A lot of things that I consider achievement related more than anything else. Nothing I really need. Like, all the skills that I'm using are in place. Just adding anything else to it is just more busy buttons to go to the UI during combat to go find some new thing. Hey, I think I'll just try this because. And that a bit boring, I guess. Now, with the Rogue and Warrior stuff, there is some things you can augment your stuff with, if nothing else, just to make what you're already doing better. And I guess that's true with the Mage stuff here too. But I don't know. Anyway, we'll get back. We'll finish this up tomorrow. I'm assuming there's not like 20 hours of gameplay left in this DLC. Hopefully. Hopefully it's something I can finish and then move on to something else. Or Awakening. That's fine. We'll talk about that when we get there. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here, guys. Take it easy. The one thing I'm seeing here is that this magic for this harvester, though, all that's brought about, the dwarves' involvement with it or whatever, like maybe, I don't know, the source, the type of blood magic that brought about the knowledge of golems, you know, in the first place. Like, okay, you got an anvil, and dwarves technically can't do magic, but all of a sudden they can use this anvil to bind souls into constructs, you know, and animate them and all this, and we all know they can bind demons and even dragons and shit into stone and stuff. So there's some magic there. Sorry, I don't think there's another word for it. But that Orsino is essentially what this thing is made out to be, though we haven't seen it yet here. If the front cover of the DLC is any indication, then yeah, you're talking about the same magic Orsino used for himself, and had been practicing all along. So certainly Orsino would have access to it. He had access to every single forbidden magic there was, even passed a lot of it to that buddy of his that kidnaps and kills your mom in the game, right? That's Orsino that got him the research stuff and the books, the forbidden books, right out from under Meredith's nose. Of course, Meredith is angry for no reason. Yeah. Anyway, so I guess we get a look into that and see where the background of that is. But anyway, so that might be interesting. Anyway, I'm going to get out of here, guys. I'm starting to bumble. I'd like to find something to snack on and then actually get some sleep. All right. So I'm going to call it. It's not really early. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, but, and I guess, technically it would be 2 o'clock in the morning, right? It's actually 2. I mean, because we just set the clocks back today, right? So that makes sense. Maybe that's why I'm a little more tired than normal. Okay. There you go. Anyway, all right, you guys take it easy, man. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. I hope to see you then. we'll finish this up, I guess. But let me get this over to YouTube and mess with that. That's probably going to take me another hour anyway. I'll see what we can do. All right? But y'all take it easy.